Ladies and gentlemen, holy shit, we're actually doing it. Apologies for taking a little longer to get started today. I had to try and wolf down some dinner before we got started because I am not going into this shit on an empty stomach. And on that note, I don't think I can go into it sober either. So where's my what's it? There's my what's it. We're doing a webcam today.
Stop shouting at napping!
Face Commander, thank you for following. Yeah, sorry, I'm a little red today. A little flushed. I haven't even started drinking yet. But, we have the essentials on hand. So. Oh boy. They have Google Doc? That's good to know. I was gonna do a video essay at the end of the week once we've critiqued this as thoroughly as we can. The way that you kill meat bugs? Well, you don't just stand over them swinging and missing like you do in the first game? Alright, let us launch this garbage. It is TCAF simply for the fact that I tried to do it on Friday and I tried to do it again last night and my internet was not cooperating. Oh, on that note, this is actually kind of hilarious. Maybe not Twitch appropriate, but I was trying to sort out what the internet problems were the other night. So basically it seems it was just an ISP issue. They had some downage for a few days that they refused to admit. I think it might have been weather related because it was pissing rain for 2 days straight. But anyway, I started taking apart the cabinet around where the cable enters the house to see if I could see about maybe running a new coax cable into the house. And while I was taking it apart, I found a souvenir that the previous owner left. I don't know if you can see what this is, but I was laughing my ass off when I found it because the previous owner of this house was like a 60-something-year-old woman who I think had grandkids over quite a lot. So I feel like one of them stole that from his dad and brought it over so he and his cousins could watch it. But I looked online, actually, a copy of this on Amazon sells for like $250. So I have some pretty high rolling material here. But if anyone wants it, it'll go on eBay. Anyway, so we're in this garbage. It's way too hot. I need my fan on. Yeah, I won't be surprised if I get banned for that. Well, there's nothing too titillating on the cover. But, I don't know. I guess people wearing Chun-Li outfits is enough to get banned. Yeah, Greg's treasure. It was the one he didn't put on the map because he wanted to make sure nobody found it. Anyway, so I skipped the intro there because we tried to read it on Friday. Basically, THQ Nordic decided to shunt this out. I won't say shunt it. Obviously, they put some work into it, but they threw this out of the blue at people. Basically, I found out while I was at work about. I saw a Twitter post where they shared a screenshot of the castle. I was like, "Uh-oh, what are they doing with Gothic?" And I thought maybe it was like a remaster or something. Literally 20 minutes later, Gronk posts his preview video of it, where he played the playable teaser before it was publicly available. And I watched about 5 minutes of it because I was still working, so I didn't get that much time to watch it. I watched about 5 minutes of it. And I was like, what is this? It looks fucking horrendous. And I felt so bad saying that because we've all, I think, been asking for something to happen with Gothic for years now, whether it was a remaster, a reboot, or an actual Gothic 4. And this is what we got. And it just looks so weird. I thought it was First of all, I didn't realize Piranha Bytes isn't making this. This is a new studio that THQ Nordic just founded. And I've never heard of them. I have no idea who made it. They have credits, so we can see if it's any names we recognize, but I won't recognize them. And this is apparently what they've done. Yeah, THQ Barcelona. So it's a studio that was founded by THQ, It's not one that they inherited, unless it was one that, like, a small studio they bought out. How much you want to bet this was Trine Games, although I think they're out of India. And they just rebranded, but that would be hilarious. So, brand new studio. We don't know how many people work there. We don't know how experienced they are, but they were given the task of rebooting a beloved cult franchise. And it scares the shit out of me. In fact, I still haven't watched the actual announcement trailer. I've been sitting on that because I wanted to watch it together. Oops, you don't need to see that. Let's find it. I'll pull it up and full screen it so it doesn't try and share my Twitch dashboard again. Gothic teaser. And what horrifies me is just the fact that I already know...
Product not yet rated.
Well, it better be rated shit for shit. Why is it sharing that one? That's not the one I want. Oh, whatever. You stream higher quality stuff to my channel anyway. Anyway, so we're gonna watch this together because I haven't seen it yet. And I know that Diego is the character telling the story, and I couldn't actually hear what he was saying. But it looks so bad. So, let's do it, I guess. High quality.
This is a story 1,000 times told. Although I'm sure there's always room for one more.
This has to be Diego.
This time will be a little
And
different.
he not only looks like shit, he talks even
there.
worse.
I remember so well that pestilent cesspool I called home back then. The colony.
The mouse sync is awful.
But as happens in the greatest
It looked like he was like vomiting a
everything
sausage.
starts almost by accident. A great ball of fire. A mysterious scroll. A new convict. He did not know, but he would change everything.
That guy just waited to get stabbed. God, these animations are horrible. Well, that path to the colony looked familiar. Everything looks so slow. There's like such exciting music, but no exciting like actual scenes.
Very well. You guys asked for it.
Is that the hero's voice? Is that what he sounds like? All right, get out of here. We're done with you. If that's what he sounds like, holy shit. I'm terrified now. Why do they all have British accents now? Like, that was part of the charm of, like, this game's English release, is that they all had American accents, and it made no sense, but it was, like, so much more distinctive than just your run-of-the-mill British fantasy accents. Oh my god, I need one of these real quick. It's Barcelona. So, they obviously, because, like, Gothic being a German game, the Gothic ports always had, you know, more attention. The voice acting and stuff was handled by the studio more than any of the other localizations. So that's why the Western release, I say Western, the English release was probably handled by an American localization studio.
What the hell are you doing?
The hell are you doing, P-Tech? Thanks for subscribing. 8 months. Man. I'm surprised I'm worth that much dedication. Thank you for that, P-Tech. Oh, I believe it, Black Wolf. I've seen some of it. It looks like Gothic already tried to do something so outrageous for the combat, so unusual, and it was so clunky. And that's why I refuse to use that in Gothic 2, even though a lot of people still seem to really like it. Ugh, but, like, just what I saw looked Like they were trying to rip off For Honor or something. I don't know. We're gonna have to get started. I was warned that the post effects in this game, at least in this version, are ridiculous. I have... What are you doing with my resolutions? I don't know why the resolution scaling is down to, like, nothing. So yeah, I was warned that the post effects are ridiculous in this. And yeah, there's no mouse control in the menu, which is weird, but I guess I'm kind of used to that. At least you could scroll with a mouse wheel, but you can't even do that. So yeah, post-processing. You either have everything on or everything off. Resolution scale doesn't work. Is it? I would laugh my ass off if it was always downscaled to 25%. Anyway, we're doing everything on Epic. I might need to scale someone's back, but all right. I don't even want to get started. I need to have a drink first. Shall we? Hidden treasures. Carefully explore at each step you take. Well, things you just learned on your own are now being given to you in tutorial loading screens.
The Kingdom of Murtana, united by King Robar II.
So here's your American
During
actor.
the long years of his reign, he was able to defeat all foes of his realm.
By swatting glasses at him.
All except one.
Is this supposed to be Zardos? Oh!
War against the orcs took its toll, and the prisoners of the realm were to pay the price.
That was horrifying, not the way it should have been.
The king needed swords for his army.
Is that what the orcs look
And
like?
every man guilty of a crime, no matter how insignificant, was forced to work in the ore mines of Korinis.
Korinis?
To make it impossible for them to escape, the king sent out the best magicians of the kingdom to create a magic barrier around the entire valley.
Is this Lichdom or something?
But something disturbed
This
the
is such a
delicate
horrible,
structure of magic.
like, point of view for
We were
that.
trapped inside our own barrier.
This is
The
Zardos,
convicts
isn't it?
took control of Korinis. The king had
They didn't take control of Korinis. The island is much bigger than the colony.
He had to negotiate. He needed the ore. But his former slaves now demanded a high price. Month after month, the king supplied everything the prisoners needed in exchange of tons of ore, until the present day.
Oh, missed that subtitle.
Another convict was brought to the lift. He did not know, but he would change everything.
All right, this cannot be the final intro, because holy shit, they half-assed it. They didn't even have the whole scene where they actually gave him the letter. And he actually has a lift. He's not being pushed in and then punched in the face by Bullet when he gets there. Oh, I've seen this cutscene, P-Tech. I know what goes on. I don't understand it. You see there's some very patient loading screens. I almost finished this whiskey and we haven't even gotten started. Some animation on the loading screen would be nice, just so I know whether or not it's actually, like, loading or if it crashed. Plenty more, P-Tech. There we go. It's working. My God, that fade in.
Low risk, high return, they said. You'll never get caught. Of course.
That is his voice.
Now it's just you and me, my friend. No weapons, no food.
Who's your friend?
Just a simple scroll. What's happening down there? What the?
What the? Oh my God, his voice is ridiculous. He looks hideous. The frame rate is awful. That's probably my fault. Oh my God, that bloom. How did everything just start exploding? Like somebody shouted and then everything was exploding. You'll understand in a moment, Melville. It's something What the hell did they have on there that was so explosive? Like, this looks like an intro to Helix. They didn't have like oil or gunpowder or anything. Are we on the beach?
Oh, god damn it.
My God.
What the hell just happened?
I'd like to know.
I'm
He's
in
so
one piece.
grunty.
Thank God, no blood. Oh, where's the scroll? It's all right.
It wouldn't even stay in his hand.
Let's move on.
I was just so worried about the scroll. You almost died. You don't even know what it's for.
Right, okay.
God, he looks like an abomination.
Right.
Right. Just keep saying right, and everything will be right. I'm gonna have to lower the details. Game looks hideous, and it runs like shit. Look at the outline on him.
Good.
He's so
That'll do. I hope.
he's so like wavy. I know it's a prototype, but all these post effects are awful.
God damn it. Let's get the hell out of here.
Who the hell attacked the lift? Like, was it the new camp? Oh my God, it runs awful. What is with that? Why does it look like L.A. Noire or some shit? Or like Max Payne with his fucking film effect. Like grayscale on the fucking menu. Alright, everything... Okay, that doesn't work. Everything's gonna have to come down. I mean, it all looks like shit anyway. I'll try that. Let me get up a... Actually, I don't know if I can have an Excuse me, an FPS counter while I'm streaming. Oh my God, the motion blur is horrendous. Look at that shit. There's like so much static in his hair. I thought fucking like Dark Souls was bad. Or Dark Souls 3, at least. Look at that. What is that all from some of the post effects? I'm gonna turn all those off like Val suggested. And it still looks awful. I mean, it's on low and there's still motion blur. Look at that shit. And the fire details are pretty alright, I guess. Especially with like the embers flying. Can't move the camera. Or can't like zoom it in or out. I want to get a look at this dude's face. He walks by default, which is interesting. I mean... He looked way worse in the intro. He's just way too handsome, in a way. And too, like, sculpted to be the hero. Like, the hero was pretty jacked in the first game. Or in, first and second. Oh my God, that water looks like melted plastic. And it makes no sound. That massive of a waterfall would make a hell of a sound. We can't swim. You can't swim in this game. It's 2019, we can't swim. Yeah, he has a fucking tattoo. Of what? It's got some numbers on it. Looks like a Celtic knot or something. 125P. Whatever that means. There's some kind of fucking tribal tattoo. Okay, so you jog with shift, which is normally a sprint button. It is so dark. Holy shit. And at least a game made nighttime dark, at least. I don't know. Why would they ID prisoners? They don't care. They're not tracking them once they get inside. I'm still, like, trying to figure out... I like that the lift in the whole exchange place is so much bigger. It makes sense. But why was it attacked? Who attacked it? The only people in here are the 3 camps and the orcs. And none of them would have any reason to attack it. They all need the exchange place in order. They all need the old camp dealing with the outside world. Because even if the new camp doesn't want to, you know, slave away for the king, they still need the resources coming in, because that's what they steal. Yeah, I don't know. He's got some very, like, Nordic tattoos going on. Although I thought they were, like, Roman numerals at first. Let's get a look at... What's with this, like, corduroy vest he's got? I guess the texture details are okay, but still, this game looks like it's 10 years old already. It looks marginally better than Elix. I started holding right-click like I have Witcher senses, because I almost expect that out of games at this point. There's no, like, always run kind of thing. You have to hold... That is wrong. Why... The UI looks like it's almost for, like, a modern or sci-fi game. This must be... I wonder if this is, like, a stock, like, Unreal Engine UI that they just used. If it is, then I give them a pass on that. Maybe I should up the gamma, but gamma doesn't seem to work in games that are windowed. Consoleized UI. Oh, it's a forced slow section? Okay. Should be... Oh, well, reflections are pretty nice, but that's just what you get with the Unreal Engine these days, I think. So I can't really give them any chops for that. I like that it starts at night. And I know I was, like, kind of bitching at the intro. I assume the intro is unfinished. And in all honesty, I assume all the voice acting is sort of placeholder. It's kind of like a pilot episode. But... Oh, they do that thing where if you walk into a wall, he doesn't stop moving or, like, run into it. He just slows down. It gets all jerky. Let me show you the dance of my people. Everything's so shiny. Alright, so we got kind of a combination of... like your typical kind of dark Gothic cello music with the weird, like, tribal fluty stuff that Kai Rosenkrantz liked to do a lot. Which is okay, I guess. I like that it's not in-your-face kind of soundtrack, but it is not the kind of moody, atmospheric stuff that we're used to. I'm just looking around for, you know, things to look at. Ivy effects are pretty nice, I guess. Still very two-dimensional. I don't play enough new games to really compare a lot of the super fine details with. I guess it doesn't look like an abomination right now, but whenever it's dark out, games always look better. It's a hole where you can fall under the map, I'm not surprised. Well, that's a jump. What's kind of bugging me is how much this reminds me of Skyrim. I'm so over Skyrim at this point. Like, it's got the same over-the-shoulder. Oh my god, it's a meat bug. I can't do anything with it.
Okay.
The torch doesn't cast a shadow, so it's just bare fist in the open. Yeah, this game does run horrendously, but I'm gonna blame my computer for that. In fact, oh my god, it makes the cursor so floaty even outside the screen. It's got like mouse smoothing on the cursor, which pisses me off. How do I see... Turn on speed fan. See if I can see what my GPU is like pushing right now. Yeah, I wish I could zoom out the camera, but it won't let me. Speed fan doesn't tell me GPU, does it? Well, it's 80 degrees. There was a... I guess it might only be in Windows 10 where you can actually go into the task manager and see what all of your devices were doing. You can't get over 40 FPS, really? Alright, well, I mean, it's still... Turning down the options definitely improved it. But this is probably the best I can do. Combat music is horrible. I'm excited. Sorry. I already need another one. So it's no rice schnapps, but... I mean, they look like genuine achievements. Just your typical, do first thing, get an achievement. Can't get 60 with a 1080 good, because I have a 980. So. We can't see anything yet, because it's pitch black. Oh, I hear some snarling.
Oh, shit. Oh, god damn it.
He sounds like he's about to shit his pants. Like, let's think about this for a second. The opening of the game was specifically not that exciting. Because that was the point. Your character was thrown in unceremoniously into the colony. And that was it. Like, that was the point. You're just another dude in the colony. Like, you're just another prisoner. You're at the bottom of the totem pole. And you claw your way up throughout the course of the game to become something heroic. Why does he have to have such an explosive entrance right off the bat? Like, that's what made the game so damn special. But they're taking a ticket from every other, like, big-budget AAA game. And that's where they're going to fail. Because they want to stand out in a crowd of games that are much higher budget, much more respected publishers. They're just trying to one-up them in terms of the action, or at least imitate them. And that's a horrible idea. Like, Gothic was great because
Let's get the hell out of here.
you just got into the game and started walking around and like, okay, this is an interesting place, it's neat. But there wasn't anything pushing you right off the bat. There was nothing exciting, there was nothing outrageous. You weren't just being told, you gotta get out of here, you gotta see all this action and all this shit.
What the hell? This place, some people's luck is worse than mine.
That guy got stabbery node. Why would you leave a sword in a dude like that, though?
Let's see. I'll leave it here for a moment.
Okay, he sounds like he's talking to somebody. Like, nobody talks to themselves like that.
You don't mind if I take this with me, do you? I need it more than you do at the moment.
Your first weapon in the game is, you're calling it pretty. That just came out of a dude's spine.
Oh, god damn it. Shit. It's broken. Well, this is better than nothing, I guess.
Like, we couldn't just get a sword. We had to rip it out of a dude's back, and he has to commentate the whole step of the way. Could just pick up a sword out of a rock. I hope he does. Oh, God. That was loud.
Hell? What are you? Okay, easy, boy. Let's make it easy for both.
What are you? Snappers exist everywhere.
Okay, calm down.
Yeah, you got a reason with a fucking raptor.
Ever. Definitely. I have to get out of here as soon as I can.
Definitively, he said. It's just gone. He didn't give a shit. It was there for the cutscene and it just disappeared. Why did it leave? It was sitting there threatening me like it was gonna fucking eat me, and it's just gone by the time he turns around. Cutscenes are unskippable? Good to know. Oh my god, that... I have to, like, restrain myself from commentating on things that are obviously just placeholders. Like that game save text in that fucking, like, bog standard, like, Calibri font or whatever it is. Obviously, it's not what it's going to look like in the final product. Yeah, he shouldn't be talking so much. This is the mistake that Piranha Bytes is making nowadays, is having, like, such talkative protagonists in the intro. Like, the entire intro of Elex. Jax could not stop talking to himself. His belt's already clipping his outfit. And why? I mean, it really does look like it's trying to take, like, aesthetically, take cues from so many different things. Like, the outfit looks like something out of Skyrim. This guy's armor looks like something out of The Witcher. Which, I gotta be honest, the armor looks pretty good. I mean, it's more, at least more believable armor than the weird tunics that they were wearing in, the militia were wearing in Gothic 1 and 2, but... That's such a weird, quick, like, autosave icon. Why is it a crosshair? Why is there just immediately a ruin? Or let's walk towards it. I thought that was like a bottomless pit, but no, it's just
This
really,
doesn't
really
look good
dark.
at all.
You don't say. Everything is trying to eat us around here. Jesus Christ. They put a barrier there in the form of all those boxes and then still put up an invisible wall. What the hell's the point? I've seen this scene. I saw it on my phone, so I know how badly animated this scene is. Oh, damn, that is visceral. It was the first, like, dismemberment we ever seen in a Gothic game.
Man, what a mess.
Oh my god, he's got entrails and shit.
Come on. Please.
Why do snappers have arms? Ooh, he's so, like, surprised. Do snappers not exist?
You've already had your time, right?
Snappers not exist in, like, the rest of the world?
Okay, easy now. There's nothing to worry about.
Is he trying to tame them like he's Chris Pratt?
Don't make me hurt you.
Don't make you hurt. You don't even got your sword out. Oh, you're lucky you had that glove on your wrist for no good reason.
Well, you guys asked for it.
Oh, now you're confident. Alright, so now we got our combat tutorial. Attack or block in 3 different directions. Can perform left to right, right to left, or forward attack. Fast attacks use little stamina, useful when counterattacking. Change several together can inflict significant harm. Okay, pretty typical. Strong attacks cost more stamina, and usually twice as much stamina, twice as much time, and twice as much damage, which makes them pretty much useless. Your stance matches direction of their attack. That attack will be automatically blocked! That's a horrible idea. Who came up with this? Dodging performs a short dash. I mean, that's a hell of a dash. That's like a 90-degree dash. Press Alt to switch. Why is it Alt? That's a horrible place for a button. A non-targeted enemy is going to attack. You'll be able to block their ambush. Change your defensive pose in the direction from which they are attacking you. Okay, so it's not the opponent you're locked on. Is this going to be permanently like locked on combat? And whatever. I guess the first 2 games are pretty much like that. Listen, I'm fine with them trying new things with combat, because let's be honest, like, Piranha Bytes has not really been doing that good at it. But why are they ripping off For Honor or something like that? Oh, okay. Shit. How do I know? Oh my goodness. Oh my god, there's pop-ups. It's so slow, I can't even see. I mean, do the prompts, like, stay up forever? They're not even attacking. Oh god, I'm out of stamina. I'm not doing any damage, for Christ's sake. Oh, I don't think I was supposed to win. What the fuck is he doing?
Oh, come on. What are you waiting for? Haven't you had enough?
Yeah, now he's trying to do the Chris Pratt, like, stop where you are thing. Well, he just domed himself. Easy to fight, press combat to turn off the lock-on. Oh, press control to turn off the lock-on. I would believe it. So he's out cold, and they haven't even eaten him yet. And they make the same sound every time. Oh, it's time? Really? Oh, it's Diego. These snappers aren't doing anything, for Christ's sake. Alright, so saving us from Bullet wasn't cool enough for him, apparently. He had to come in like he's a fucking El Zorro or something. He's got an actual rapier this time. Dude, it's been like 20 minutes. It's not my first day yet. Beginner's luck. Ray, I got an achievement. Tolerating this game is a fucking achievement.
Good morning. I hope you slept well.
God, his voice is awful.
Good morning. Yes, I believe I did. although I don't remember very much of what happened yesterday.
You discovered the local fauna. Those beasts are very violent at night. Conversely, they're somewhat more docile during the day.
They use language they don't need to. That's what I loved about Gothic. It was such casual language all the time.
Luckily, I arrived to hunt something for breakfast. Better than you, eh? Their meat is a bit
He
tough,
talks so slow.
but it tastes better than rookie meat.
Why does he talk so slow? Alright, well, are you cooking or are you whittling?
By the way, we haven't been introduced. My name is Diego, and I'm the leader of the Shadows in the old
You're
camp.
right, what is with those pauses? And he wasn't a leader.
Yeah, that's not important.
Oh, yeah, he doesn't care who we are.
You're a convict in the colony now. New prison, new life. That's what people say, anyway. I'm gonna call you Rookie. All right with you?
Fine, I guess. I was gonna give
belongs
you
to me.
my
Yes.
actual name.
I borrowed it while you were asleep. Don't worry, Rookie. I'll give it back to you when we leave. It's an unusual document.
He wasn't the leader of the Shadows, was he? He never
Normally,
said that,
rookies
at
come in
least.
here with scrolls listing their crimes.
He might have been the only one with a heavy
Legal
shadow armor,
formality is
but...
meaningless here. It doesn't matter what crimes you committed outside.
Was he?
You'll
Alright, well,
have
I guess I'm
plenty of
lying.
time to work them off here. If you live long enough. Yours, on the other hand, is special. It's red and carries a lacquered seal. It's a scroll intended for mages.
Oh my god, Please don't tell me the dialogue looks like this the whole time. Like, where are my 1 through 5 options? Oh my god, you have to press and hold. This is awful. This is what it looks like all the time? Why do they do this? Nobody likes this kind of dialogue option.
What should I do with the scroll?
Deliver it, you dork!
Well, Rookie, there are things more dangerous than wild animals in this place. For example, the ambition of
I do.
many
It's actually plugged in.
prisoners, and how little other people's lives are worth. In your place, I'd keep my mouth shut until I found one of the mages.
Apparently you
Although in
can't keep your mouth shut.
situation,
You have to show your teeth in every
that's
single
not
word.
likely to happen.
Why not?
The mages are in the castle of the old camp. The only way people can get in are Gomez's men.
The only way people
So,
can get in are
how do you
Gomez's men? That doesn't make any
If you want
sense.
to find them, first, you'll have to join the old camp.
The subtitle's
There's
missing.
no
Whatever.
other way.
You talk so slow, it drives me
Well-
nuts.
I'll have to report yesterday's attack to Gomez shortly. But before we leave here, do you have any questions, Rookie?
Oh my god, his expression like hung for like 10 seconds, and then once it switched, oh my god, it was so weird.
So what do I need to know about this place?
At least the hero talks at a normal
Let's
pace. He
start
just talks
with the
too much.
basics. We call it the colony, and we produce ore for the king.
What's with all this gesturing? He was not
At
that
least
fucking
that's
dramatic.
what we do at the old camp.
He never should have been.
Inside.
It looks like he wants to be in theater.
There are 3 camps, and if you want to stay alive, you'll have to join one of them. The old camp is the largest and oldest of the 3. And, well, part of my job is also to tell the new arrivals.
It's amazing how much extra dialogue they add, and yet so much of it is just one-to-one recycled from the first game.
How do I find the old camp?
Take this path. Past the clearing with the old tree, there's a guard post. And an abandoned mine. If you go through it, you'll get to the old camp.
So we go through the abandoned mine now?
However, the door is closed for security reasons until I issue the order to open it. I'll go there after breakfast. You can come with me if you want.
Oh my god, why do you have to hold it? Why can't you just pick the direction?
Let's say I want to join the old camp.
He keeps
What do I have
gesturing
to
at
do?
himself.
That would be wonderful news. No doubt about it. You
He's so
should
excited.
go to the castle gate. There, you'll find a man called Thorus.
You mean this castle gate?
Tell him I sent you. Thorus isn't the friendliest person on the planet, but he knows what he's doing. He'll tell you who you have to win over to be accepted.
I feel like this guy was given his lines like 3 words at a time, and that's why he talks like this. Nice crow sounds, at least. They're decent on the ambience.
And what about the other camps?
Listen, rookie. Alongside the old camp, the new camp and the sect are nothing more than carnivals of mayhem and looting.
Well, I thought you had
In the
friends
old
amongst them.
camp, you'll encounter people from those places who can better explain to you how things work here. As for me, I'll just tell you that the people in the new camp are a bunch of thieves and no scruples. And the people in the sect are all madmen, obsessed with certain herbs.
What is that gesture? I don't even know
As
what
you
he
can
did.
see,
what does that mean?
I'm speaking
Fist
from a
overhand?
position of absolute impartiality.
Ha 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 ha. He's just so awkward. But that's the thing, like, why would he just drag you to a camp? I mean, obviously in that danger, he was driving off the snappers and making sure, you know, we were out of harm's way, but in the original intro, he didn't need a camp because he found you at... Look at that tree back there. That tree's... Those trees are just floating above the rocks. Oh my god. I can't focus on any one thing because there's so much to be angry about. Yeah, please tell me what that means.
Earlier, you mentioned someone named Gomez.
This is the most viewers I had since
Gomez
I started the Gothic
He's
2
the leader
streams.
of the Ore Barons. He's the head of the old camp, the most powerful man in the colony. He's responsible for guaranteeing the ore shipment to the king
To the king.
and maintaining order in the only civilized zone inside this barrier. He's rather peculiar. A man of refined tastes and expensive indulgences.
I mean, I like some of the details, like every time he
You'll
puts his
see what
hand
I
down, you
mean.
hear the table creak.
When you get to know him.
I like when there's attention to detail like that. His cape's clipping through the table, though. Yeah, but just all his hands. And they seem to really love the fact that they can, like, show articulated fingers. Because every time he says a number, he holds up, like, that many fingers. Oh, wow, he actually stands in different places depending on which topic you're on. That's pretty cool, I guess.
Why did you help me?
You were in
The
trouble.
textures on his hand
And
were still
I
loading.
happened to be passing by. Call it
Passing
honor.
by at that hour.
Call it justice. No one should
call
have
it
to fight
Flamboyancy.
without a decent weapon and a fair shot at winning. But above all, I helped you because you're a rookie.
Even his sword
And
looks
my
like it's in
job
terrible shape.
is to give you rookies an opportunity. Look, rookie, the colony is very dangerous, and even more so at night. Never leave the camps without being properly equipped. Besides, all you
Well, never
newcomers
never
have
even
a
got to a
curious
camp to begin
habit
with.
of getting yourselves into trouble. But I won't always be around to help you. Speaking of trouble, The scavengers were about last night. Did you see the attack on the lift?
That sentence made no sense. And it did not match the subtitles at all. Like, there's a commitment to, like, the joke of the early Gothic games not having accurate subtitles on such a frequent basis. But this is taking it too far. I feel like Diego is meant to be, like, imagine, I don't know, like the most suave swashbuckler, made to look like Bronn from Game of Thrones, with the inflection of a porn actor. I'm expecting a lot from a prototype, but they tried so hard for a fucking prototype, and that's the point.
No, I arrived before the attack and got lost in the forest.
Oh god, it's fucking... That wasn't really a lie, I didn't see the attack. He just made excuses that I didn't need to make.
Shipment from outside yesterday was the night one. Well,
So I guess they're going all, what's
it's
it called?
probably my mistake. In the colony,
What do you call it?
One
Who's that
loses all
developer
sense of
that, like,
time.
went bankrupt?
among many other
Telltale.
things.
Going with that, with Diego will remember this. Alright, we already know that. I have to press and hold to leave.
Thank you very much. I don't have any more questions.
Don't mention it. It's always a pleasure.
Hey, not one dropped frame yet, ladies and gentlemen.
You showed promise in the
Let's
fight,
hope it stays that way.
but that's not going to do much good without a weapon. And there are also lots of wild beasts between here and the camps. It would be folly to travel unarmed.
Are you giving me your bow? This is a
You
very
can
tiny
start
bow.
by taking a look around the exchange zone near the elevator.
We just
I'm
came
sure
from there.
you'll find something useful there.
A decent
When
sword.
you get a decent weapon, come back and we'll go to the old camp together.
Yeah, everything, like, artistically looks like it's heavily inspired by Skyrim. Like, the ruins and, like, the design of the weapons and stuff. They all look kind of, like, Nordic. Everything looks so, like, grainy and filtered. Yeah, it does run like shit. And the motion blur is still intense despite me turning the post effects down. You're just doing target practice. I mean, what a pain in the ass it must have been to set those targets up. Considering it's a bottomless pit down there. Oh my god. If they do invisible walls on everything to make sure you don't hurt yourself. Like, if I want to commit suicide, let me, for Christ's sake. Okay, that's interesting. They actually do, like, what do you call it? When you hold down the button, he jumps higher. So, you're talking this game is, like, on rails, basically? Okay. So, there's a regular stamina bar. My god, it's, like... Even Elex had, like, better sensitivity when it came to, like, environmental interactions. How do I draw a weapon? R. It's so slow! That swing is awful! This music... When I'm trying to hit a meat bug. And I just tripped over it. So if you're not focused on anything, he doesn't do any combos. You can't like change your stance or anything. I can't kill it this way? Is it music? Hang on a second. Yeah, the combat music just happens when you have a weapon out. Oh, he just stomps it. Okay. Meat bugs would be extinct by now if they were that stupid. I got the body looter achievement. Loot a body 3 times. I only looted 1 bug. Why is it so Celtic? Like, who decided, like, Gothic, like, with all its, like, very kind of folky kind of music decided to go like Witcher Celtic style. I mean, it literally sounds like they're just trying to rip off the Witcher music. Everything about this game so far, it seems like it's just wanted to take this and that from a better game. Like, it's incredibly cinematic, like it's fucking Uncharted. Visually, it looks like it's trying to be Skyrim, just maybe a little more colorful. I will say, environmentally, I kind of like the color balance. You know, it's not all washed out and gray like Skyrim was, and it's not just an eyesore of colors like Risen 2 and 3 were. But yeah, it just looks heavily like everything's stony, everything's just kind of a rugged grayish color. Okay, we can climb at least. Why are there markers over everything? Can I turn those markers off? Is that ore? Ore does not look like fucking blue gushers. It's like purple and stony looking. Can I turn those off? I can't turn those off. I can't turn... Hang on, what was that? There's a UI volume slider? But they can't give me an option to turn off these stupid highlights? I can't even see what I'm navigating through. The most common scrolls are simple bureaucratic communications. Alright, well, there's a lot of detail on the items. At least. I swear this dude looks different in, like, every perspective we get on this dude. Like, now he looks like a melted action figure. Why do his lips move so weird? Why is it a crystal? Not what ore looks like. Ore is embedded in stone. That's what ore means. I don't know if we can. What was that? Oh, I just switched perspective. Z is to use. Okay. And we can't do anything with it. Yeah, it's shards of Elix. What? Look at the stamina bar. I mean, it's so shaky, it's hard to see. I doubt any of you can see it with, like, the... everything. But why is there, like... It looks like there's two bars on the stamina. Like, there's the bright highlight, and then there's, like, a skinnier gray one that follows it. I don't know what that means. I mean, so here's the thing. I like the idea that the exchange place is a bit bigger. There's more going on. It's not just one simple lift and like a fucking ledge. It looks like they're actually prepared to do a lot of work here. Which makes sense. That's definitely like a very crispy dude over there. We'll take a look at that soon. But, like, this engineering is ridiculous. Like, how tall everything is. Everything's supported by scaffolding. Nobody would have been able to build that. Because what was supporting that before they put that strut there going into the wall? And if that slips out, that whole thing's collapsing. I got a bottle. Oh, we got woofs. You haven't missed much. I can't leave. I can't fucking leave. I can't leave the menu. I'm stuck in the menu. Thank God I just saved, because I'm gonna have to kill the game and start over. I didn't know you could quick save. It didn't show me how to do that. Alright, well, I just learned PTAC. Wait for the fucking cloud saves to work, because I'm definitely going to play this on my other computer in my own time. Oh, it's gonna be quite a night. Thank you all for showing up, by the way. I wasn't sure after I fucked this up 2 nights in a row. I wasn't sure anyone was gonna bother this time. It saves for you? So just auto-saves? Why does it give me an option? I mean, technical things obviously can be improved. But, holy shit. The fact that they can't even get save games to work right. Is it... Okay, I was gonna say, is it even gonna launch anymore? Already, like... When there's like a good quarter of this left before I started. About halfway through that. Saves but teleports you to checkpoint. Good. That's what Gothic should be. I mean, I always thought it was kind of charming how Gothic, if you were really impatient, you could accidentally save the game in the middle of dying and then reload that and just finish dying. Yeah, I didn't get enough. I should have gotten more before I came home. Actually, I still have a bottle of wine upstairs. Some garbage wine. I was gonna try cooking with, but never bothered. Oh, there's no cloud saves? I'm just used to waiting for it. Yeah, don't worry about that, Praxis. I'm not moving these to another PC or anything for any reason. Well, this wasn't cheap whiskey. This was like $40 or like $45. Loading screens are so long, but I almost expect that with games on the Unreal Engine nowadays. Is there snow on that pathway? Holy Jesus. Everyone just give the textures a minute. They're trying. So how often does it autosave? Because I want to go, like, actually, you know, try bold things, like go after these wolves over here. I feel like that's a bad idea. Whatever. Shall we try it? God, it's so clunky. Oh my God, it's chopping me. Alt is switch targets, I guess. Hello. Hey, did I block him? I didn't even really feel like I tried. Oh God, that is so bad. I hate the idea of like an auto parry kind of thing. Okay, he just dodged. Oh God. Oh, I'm exhausted. Oh, ooh. This combat is horrendous. This was a bad idea. He got me, and even though I blocked it right. And it's an auto like parry even if you're in the middle of an attack animation, which is like ridiculous. He didn't even give me a prompt for that one. They just automatically do like 1 bar of damage, 1 bar of health. Oh God, I'm gonna die. He didn't even give me a prompt. Holy shit, he launched me. Nice sleeper emblem. May Innos grant you another chance. Yeah, fuck you. Oh my God, this combat is awful. I don't even know how to critique that, because that's such a fundamentally bad idea. Kind music shows up later? Great. Yeah, just rip it off, please. I mean, learn nothing else from the first game. Just steal material to try and induce some nostalgia. Cool. We got gold coins. Probably just as worthless as they were in the first game. Why are there just wolves here? Why is nobody coming back to, like, secure this place? I'm gonna go back for that ladder that we skipped earlier. I guess it's pointless. Seemed to wrap around anyway. God. Motion blur makes bad frame rates seem so much worse, and I feel like it's usually done to disguise it. Oh, I guess we can't get over there, can we? Why is just arbitrary fences? There is ore AOC, but there's both. Kind of like how the first game also had gold coins and stuff. Like, I wonder how much of this is, like, stock Unreal, like, kind of things, because the UI clashes so much with all the other visuals. Like, it looks so, like, crisp and, like, almost... Like, it would suit Elex even better than it does this game. Like, how the textures fade in when you're, like, 2 feet away. This is not the first game. This is, like, inferior to Arcania at this point. And yet it feels like it tried so much harder. What is so shiny there? Picklock required. Well, at least they called them picklocks. And not lockpicks like they're supposed to. So we're really going for the Gothic nostalgia there. And I guarantee you, it's just like Risen 2 and 3, where you can only climb where the game has decided you can climb. It has nothing to do with the actual environment. At least the ladder climbing is just as arduous. Though you don't have to hold the buttons for it. Let's stop and try and stress some positives for a minute. I've been super pissy about this, but I like some of the level of detail. But then I'm going to keep bitching about things like, how the hell is there a cart here when there's no ramp to get down? There's nothing but ladders. Well, like, I like that they didn't just recycle the same, like, crate model over and over again. There's all sorts of different, like, environmental bits. Except that fucking crate is going through the fence. I don't fucking... Like, even when I try to be positive. Why is there just a cloud? Just static clouds. Just JPEGs over the fucking environment. What is that floating up there? What the fuck? Like, this is all from the cutscene when everything was exploding and just stopped when the camera panned away. Like, nothing finished exploding. Everything's still on fire over there. As soon as, like, the cutscene was over, everything just stopped where it was. I'm having a terrible time. Like I said, there are things they're obviously going to fix. If this was going to see, like, a full release. But you tried so hard for this thing. How do you miss details like this? And again, this game does not look any better than Skyrim, and Skyrim is 8 years old at this point. Some of the animations are okay, but so many of them are awful. Like, I like the way he gets off the ladder. He actually turns around and stuff. And the running animation looks a little gimpy. Why is his face, like, so gritty? Like, I don't understand that. Again, he looks different. Like, whatever perspective you're getting on this fellow, he looks different. Again, the menu, he looks different. In the cutscenes, he looks different. In-game, he looks different. So, I will give them credit. They are opening themselves up for all this criticism. It doesn't sound like they want to deny it. They're asking for input. So I'm going to do like a whole video essay and shit. Okay, somebody's here. I guess they have started to like kind of reclaim this place and figure out what's going on. But yeah, I'm going to do like a whole like video essay review kind of thing by the end of the week on this. I'm going to have to play through it a few more times, like on my own, just so I can be as thorough as possible. You can't jump off the bridge. You can't jump off the bridge. Why are there waves? This isn't an ocean. And the waves are only in the middle. Nice 90-degree angle in that water. Okay. Now I can jump off the bridge. If you can't swim in the final game, then like what the fuck? Now we're in walking mode again. I can stand on the embers and not get burned. Who's this weirdo? Don't mind me. Caden?
Oh, awesome. I don't think Gomez will miss this.
Hey.
Why is he so blue?
Hello. I didn't hear you coming.
I was right in front of you!
Well, clues about last night's disaster.
I see.
Well, I have to
He
say
sounded like he
this.
was on the other end of the room when he
Gomez has
said
little
that line.
patience, and I have other, more urgent problems to attend to.
This guy must be for the new camp. Look at his face! I don't understand what that expression is.
So, you are...
I'm Caden, guard of the exchange zone. This week I worked the morning shift. And this is Rufus. Well, what remains of him.
How did he burn up like
He had
that?
to work the night shift. So as you can imagine, I feel particularly fortunate.
What does he
Now it's
have?
up
Like,
to me to find out what the hell happened here. And try to recover
I don't
what
understand
might
what's going
still
on
be
with his, like,
useful for the
face.
old
Like, he has this blue outline all over him. Oh my god, that face. What's with this, like, obsession these days with characters who have, like buzz cuts on the side of that? What is happening in the background above that torch? I can't even focus on any one thing wrong with this game. Alright, now I realize, like, this dude's face has it too. Like, you see it, like, around his nose and his teeth. It's like a blue line going on. These post effects are horrendous if you can't do them right. Like, don't even bother.
What kind of problems do you have?
What
that are
kind
so
of
urgent?
problems?
Well, you see, in the old camp... you
I
could
thought he
never
was
trust
part of the new
anyone,
kid. I guess because he
and
has,
even
like, that
less
studded
those
gorget
who
going on.
friend.
That's what makes him
Two
an
of these
old camp.
friends,
And he's
Cyrus
got a bit of
Gray,
red on his armor.
took advantage of the fact that I had to come here to steal from me a very valuable pendant. They know it's important to me. But they would sell their mother in order to get some ore in the black market.
What kind of black market do you have in a colony of criminals? Every market is a black market. Is this the bit where we go and, like, Grimes start... Or, no, what's the name? What was the dude's name? The asshole digger who, like, pulled one over on us and let us outside because Bloodwind bribed him. Yes, clowns, it's working okay, and I wish it hadn't because I wish I didn't have to see this. Also, how are you, clowns?
What does the pendant look like?
You'll recognize it easily. It is made of metal. And
Rim,
has the
yeah.
shape of the god Adanos.
Who knows what Adanos
No
is shaped like?
incrustations,
Is he not shaped like a
no
human?
jewelry, no magical powers. It doesn't have much value. Clearly, it was stolen out of spite.
Spite for this game.
Who are these?
Why is his,
old
like,
friends?
coattails so
They
flappy?
were more than friends. In fact, they were former
The
business.
cloth physics is so broken.
We had our differences.
Like, it just bounced up and got
in the
stuck in
end,
his,
we
like,
decided to
hip.
dissolve the business. But I never thought they
This-
would dare
no, it's not
steal
good.
from me.
Everyone's so jerky. Look at his face! Just stare at that face for a minute. What's this expression he's making?
Okay, let's be clear. If I help you, what can you give me in return?
His
business.
lines, half his lines sound like
That's
they were
the
recorded
attitude.
in like a phone booth.
I like you. Tell me, what are you looking for, or what do you need? We can start there.
Well, a decent sword would do me good. A weapon that is easy to obtain and has no owner, if you know what I mean.
Oh, I understand. Okay. I won't tell Gomez anything, if you don't tell anyone about our little deal. Okay?
Okay, we agree then. The pendant in exchange for the sword. By the way, where can I find Saris and Beric?
They've gone to the woods, near the bridge, I think. Be very careful. They are violent people. You'd better be prepared for anything.
And this is one thing. I assume that what we're about to get into, I don't think they want to. I feel like this was not made with their, like, blessing. Everything's so blue. What is with the blue, like, filter over everything all of a sudden? Is it because we're near water? Again, I can't even focus on one thing because I'm so pissed off. What are we talking about? So, one thing that I always loved about, like, Gothic 1 was that you didn't deal with, like, hostile humans. It wasn't like so many other RPGs where, like, the first things you encounter are usually hostile humans, like bandits and shit, and, like, you have to kill them. Like, your first, like, homicide did not occur until pretty late in the game, typically. And so many other games just don't seem to really follow that idea. And I just thought it, like, stood out, you know, as, like, one of the more interesting details of the game. Like, you were always fighting monsters and stuff, and you were brawling with people, but that's one of the things that made, like, Gothic 1 so special, is, like, there were a lot of brawls, but you didn't kill humans until, like, they were actual, like, violent, belligerent assholes.
What do you think you're doing, rookie?
Okay, I'm sorry. My mistake. It won't happen again.
Okay, so I guess he won't, until we deal with his problem, he won't, Alright, to be fair, I'm making that criticism before I even see what is going on. I don't know what I expected. And technically, this game is awful. Like, let's be real. Like, so much of what's going on, they could have spared, and I understand why they don't. Because you think of so many games that, like, you see pre-release material for it, where it looks incredible and stuff. Even, like, some playable bits that look incredible, but they realize, like, that's not sustainable throughout the whole game. So they downgrade it visually. But this game tried so many visual tricks that just look horrendous. And if they had not spent so much time and effort on that kind of stuff, maybe could have made a more stable, better running kind of prototype. The whole point of a prototype, or like a demo, is to give people an idea of what the game is and whether or not they want it. And this is such a technical, like, disaster at this point. There's so many things that are, like, glitchy. I mean, nothing game-breaking so far, other than the fucking save games crashing the game. But just everything they tried to do makes it look so much worse. Pick lock next to the exit of this place on a table. Well, can I use it yet, or do I have to learn how to pick locks first? And that's the thing. I'm not even sure I want it from Piranha Bytes anymore. Because none of the people who envisioned the original Gothic are working on this. Or are even part of the Piranha Bytes team anymore. There's no picklock seal. Okay, there's no camera collision with cloth. I guess that's not the end of the world. Oh my god, look at how all the highlights... Why don't the highlights go away when you're far away, at least? Like, what's the distance before the highlights, like, finally fade out? The motion blur is killing me. I'm this far away, and that meat bug is still highlight over there. This is absurd. There's a pick lock. I agree. I mean, this reminds me so much of Arcania in the sense that it does not seem like it was made by anybody who actually gave a shit about the games. It does feel like so much like Skyrim. That's my complaint, because Skyrim blows. It's even got that Skyrim thing where he starts, like, gasping for air before he's even really started sprinting. I can see that meat bug from here. God, like, when you finish this game, if you ever do, THQ Barcelona, make sure you can turn off the fucking highlights for objects. It's a bug with a bug? Yeah, because I noticed, like, nothing else that you can interact with does that. Only seems to be on the meat bugs. Although, look, I can see the arrow on that chest from here. I'm all the way up here. It's giving me, like, almost like a quest arrow on that. I'm curious. Can I even fall? I'm going to take a gamble, try and save. Okay. It worked. Can I fall? I can fall. Ow! At least it's a believable sound when you break your ankle. I can't reload. I actually can't reload. The game doesn't even give you the option to load. You have to die before you can load. Read the opening message. So, it's one thing if you want to reboot the game, but if you don't understand what made the game so great, like a reimagining is useless because you're not appealing to the target audience, which are the people who love the game and actually like really wanted to see it succeed. And look at this. This is not attracting any new fans. Like, let's be real. No, I'm just gonna reload. And, like, I'm okay with a reimagining. Like, the way, like, obviously, you know, Tomb Raider reimagined itself as an Uncharted clone. But now I understand, like, why Devil May Cry fans were so upset when DMC came out. Even though I think this is a far bigger betrayal of everything that Gothic was. And this really does just go back to a checkpoint. Who knows if it even saved, like, everything I did. Like, did it save that conversation I had with this idiot? I don't know, because I don't know how to open the journal. God, even, like, the keyboard commands look like they're built like a fucking... There better be rebindable controls in the final game. Because this looks like it's just keyboard consoleized. It doesn't even tell you how to open the inventory. Like, it doesn't tell you how to open the inventory. Yeah, I know that much, but like, it's ridiculous. It doesn't even tell you that. Quest diary. Okay, so at least we can serve that quest at least. Let's go. Do I have the pick lock? A royal beer. Temporarily increased total stamina. Well, I like that there's buffs. There's one thing that early Gothic games didn't have was any buffs that you could use. But at the same time, Risen 2 and 3 and Elex all tried those, and a lot of them were just not really that worth using. But there's no character menu. Oh, I can crouch. Wonder how well sneak works in this game. Let's type Marvin. Nope. Nope. Marvin doesn't work. I can type it in here, but it's just going to close the... Yeah, it just closes that. No, and I guess I can understand. You're trying to create one kind of control profile of sorts. There's a prototype. So you can't... It takes longer to build a whole like keyboard customized layout and a gamepad. You understand, like, it's 2019, people want to use one or the other. So make something for both of them. Alright, how does the lockpicking work? You're fucking kidding me. They better have an actual... like, mini-game. Something skill-based in the final game. Legend has it that this amulet stone imprisons powerful spirits in service of their bearers. It's such a basic amulet. Why is it so legendary? Right. Oops, that's not right. Did I equip it or not? Oh. Whoa, okay, I'm all glowy. So it's like Z to consume things, but space to equip them. And what the fuck? I can't swim. Like, they won't let me jump in the water. There's barricades in the water. I have to. No, I don't have to. But I'm going to assume that the only reason there's invisible walls there is because they just haven't... This being a prototype, they haven't had the time to work out swimming animations and how, like, water's gonna work. But if they do fully commit to making this game, and there's no swimming, I'm just gonna start slapping them silly, because even Risen 3 had swimming. Risen 1 and 2 got rid of it. They realized what a stupid idea it was to have no swimming in a game so focused around islands and water. So Risen 3, they finally brought it back. Every time you eat, you get a green aura? Yeah, because that's what food does. So I'm saying, if they don't have it, it better be in the final game, because look at this shit! Look at this slide. The slide he does when he, like, lands. That fucking knee. It looks like he's prancing like a pretty pony or something. Everything's so on fire. Really? Somebody's actually, like, hacked this game by now? The motion blur is horrendous. Even when I turn it off, I can't turn it off. Oh, because I went back to medium. Even turning off the post-processing doesn't, like, fix a lot of this shit, but somehow it looks better. This game has Marvin mode? How do you turn it on? I have to know how Marvin mode works. I don't know how to go to character screen. Oh. Holy shit, it worked. Oh my god, this game has redeemed itself. Oh, come on. You couldn't even keep the same commands. Holy shit, it worked. Nice! Whoa. Quick aim, restart kill, free camera, time, go to specific zone, life 120, Disables player's torch. Okay. Can I not just equip a torch normally? Well, that's cool. I mean... I hate to give them credit for that, but even Piranha Bytes won't give you a console mode or like a developer debug mode anymore. But at the same time, they essentially seem to keep that as a meme. As if, oh my god, the foliage fading. I have to start turning some of the effects back up because these are quite terrible. Let's turn that up. Keep that off. Oh, that didn't save. They have to fucking hit enter. Or do you? No, you don't. Do you? Damn it. You do. Just won't tell you that it didn't save. It really doesn't run any worse for it. Oh my god, except when you get near the water. I will, P-Tech. I mean, I guess I can understand why they have like some of the highlight stuff, because the foliage is so much more dense than the first game was, so it's harder to see things that you can grab. But there doesn't need to be an arrow over it. Just have like something of a highlight filter over it. Hey, tumblers. Who's that clankety-clankety? Is that somebody smithing up there? I think I actually have to turn some of this shit back down. Turn view distance down. Shadows down. We can live with that. Oh, these guys are fighting.
I'm sorry, Betty. It's the best for everyone.
Well, that guy's dead. God damn.
You. Caden sends you to kill me, right? Frickin' bastard.
He said frickin', but his like subtitle said fucking. At least he's injured. Targeting enemies offer you greater control of your movements. Control the target nearest enemy. If your opponent are out of stamina, you'll be punished by a penalty of a few seconds before your stamina begins to recover. Okay, so that's like stamina debt, as they call it. But that's so sluggish. God. I remember fucking... What's that game? Blade of Darkness. Had that kind of thing, where if you overconsumed your stamina, your character would just be stuck there, like, gasping for air like an idiot, as things just kept hitting you. Yeah, this is awful. Like, this is not... Gothic had real-time combat, which a lot of RPGs of this type don't have. And it was great. Even if it was super clunky. This is not real-time combat. This is supposed to be, like, reactive combat and, like, super, like, input-based. And I hate that shit. It does not make sense in a game like this. It is not faithful to the original in any way whatsoever. Okay, so he can block. God, he was dodging and he still blocked it. He isn't even trying. I mean, I can at least understand it. It's a comprehensible combat system, but I do not like it. It is not fun. It is not real time. It is not, like, super action-oriented. It's like a less responsive Mountain Blade kind of combat. And I never even really understood Mountain Blade, to be honest. I got you first. Oh god, I'm tired. I wasn't even trying to block that. I just happened to be in the right stance. I don't even know why I'm moving. Like, moving doesn't matter. I just feel like I should be. The game closes the gap for you anyway. I guess dodging might be a little bit better for the sake of attacking. Except I can't dodge. Like, all of a sudden it decided I wasn't able to dodge anymore. I hate how slow the combat is. Like, not just how slow the animations are, but, like, one fight takes forever. Yeah, dork. I mean, it's not the worst combat system. It's just not what I wanted. It reminds me way too much of, like, Kingdom Come, which I was not huge on. Holy shit. I'm tired. I just walked away from that one. The parry, the way everyone like recoils when you parry makes it so useless. That's just not... What the hell is he doing? It was like... Blah, blah, blah.
Wait. Don't kill me. Let's talk, please.
Let's talk, please. He's got so many tattoos on his head. And the combat music won't stop.
For Innes.
For Innes.
Thank you very much, boy. Thank you for putting down your sword. Enough. I'm here to retrieve the pendant you stole from Caden. That's all. What's so funny?
He was like begging for his life, and now he's laughing.
Son of a bitch's story. A pendant we stole from Caden. Look, boy, he sold you a pup.
Is that a figure of speech somewhere? I've never heard of that. Oh, that's in dialogue. They should make that a little more clear.
I don't get it. If you didn't steal anything from him, why did he...
It is
send
missile
it
gun.
to you? Caden, Beric and I made a lot of money on the black market.
What black market? This
elevator
colony is nothing but criminals. The black market is a market.
thought there was a partner in excess, and I agreed. And that's why I'm here. Fewer members, more profits. Now I see my ex-partner wants to be the sole owner of the business.
Not Piranha
That's
Bytes.
why you're here.
That's why it looks so horrendous.
Kill me, but I hope
We talk so
Caden
much shit about
thinks you
Piranha
did,
Bytes these days,
right?
but
He'll freak out if you tell him the truth.
man, even they could do
You
better
really
than this.
believe Caden will trust me when I get back. On my word alone. I have no way of proving I killed you. Yeah, right. And that's a problem.
Would take your scalp. That's pretty
Caden
distinctive.
doesn't believe anyone but himself. And he'll trust less on a stranger like you. Okay, we'll do this. I'll give you a gift that Caden gave me years ago.
Why is he smiling
as a
so
proof
much?
of his friendship. I don't think I'll ever need it again. Caden can get a good price for it. He'll give you whatever you agree with him, and I'll have a second chance away from that son of a bitch. It's a win-win, isn't it?
Where the hell are you going from here? So I have to go through this dialogue option, even though we just had like the same conversation.
Wait, what? You mean there's no pendant? Yes, of course. Although it's not really a pendant. It's rather the key to our business. That's why Beric always...
That's the thing, P-Tech. I don't think they had a choice.
I need it back. Do you know where he used to...
I feel like they got fucked over by this.
Shit. I killed him before I asked. In any
Let's
case,
talk about that after this dialogue's
Beric had
over.
a very bad memory and used to lose goods before forgetting where he'd temporarily stored them. That's why he wrote everything down in his logbook.
Book?
Probably still on his corpse. You can keep it, man. It's all yours. I'm only interested in getting out of this one alive and forgetting all about Caden and his business. I'm done.
At least this quest's like vaguely interesting.
You're losing a lot of blood, man. You should tend that wound. Yeah, you're right. I'll go to the river to clean it. However, I don't think I can survive without any medication or painkiller. But I don't have the strength or energy to look for it. All right, I'll see what I can do. I know I'm not in a position to ask you any favor, but if you help me, I'll
I heard,
be able to
Koshmar,
escape
that
to the
you're
new
not
camp
quite
where
the
Caden won't
naysayer
find
as the
me.
rest of us are.
And in the future, I'll be able to return the favor. All right, I'll take care of it. I'll wait for you on the riverbank, and please don't be late. I need those medicines fast, or I don't think I'll get out of it.
Like, this part of the quest is interesting, at least. Like, to kind of get exposed to the shenanigans going on in the colony. I guess that's an interesting approach. Like, the first character, besides Diego, that you meet is already trying to pull one over on you to screw over some other people. 6.5. Ugh. Christ, 6.5? I don't even give Kingdom Come that much. I think you're, I think you're like taking the Mickey there, Malvul, because both of those are awful. Inventory objects provide information to resolve doubts. Okay. At least that's telling you to actually pay attention to the flavor text on items. Oh boy. What did I agree to do? I don't even remember. I have the power! Find Caden's pendant. Talk to Caden. So hang on. I was supposed to meet the guy at the river, though. Why isn't that a quest? Well, I'm just stepping on him. Don't give the key. I don't really plan to. I feel like I should keep it. But I will be right back. Stand by for 5 minutes. Hello. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, Piranha Bytes has been very clear that they want nothing to do with a Gothic remake or anything. But anyway, I decided that I don't think I can continue this without more alcohol to enjoy. And I picked up that bottle of wine I had mentioned earlier. Only thing is, I realized I don't have a corkscrew anywhere in this house, even though I swear we had one. So I tried to open it with a knife. This is what happened. That was a bad idea. That also happened. It's a little bit of scratch. I've been trying, man. It did not work. I have a screwdriver here. Maybe that'll work. Let's see. What tip would work most effectively here? Probably a thin, flat blade. Yeah, I broke my sword. Oh God, I just punched it. I smashed the end of it. That would probably work. Let's see how well this does. You're gonna watch me stab out my own eye. That's thrilling content. The problem is I pushed it down so deep, like it's just shredding at this point. This ain't gonna fucking work. I'm just pushing it further in. This is... I'm never getting this open. This is why they don't use natural corks anymore. They're impossible to remove. I'm just shredding it, like it's not actually coming out. Yeah, I'm gonna do this over the sink because it's probably just gonna spill all over myself. Well, I regret trying. No, it didn't shatter, but what remains of the cork is now inside the bottle. It is splashed all over my bathroom. So, I'm gonna have to pour it through a sieve now if I want to drink it, because it's just gonna have shards of cork in it. There we go. See, I never really played around with the flying bug in Gothic 3, as fun as it looked. Yeah, that classic wood flavor. Although it now looks like there's a murder scene in my bathroom. I cleaned up the walls and the sink, but I'll mop up the floors later. Anyway, there's probably still some on my glasses. Alright, well. Cheers. I'm aware of the flying bug in the sense that I've seen people use it, but I've never used it. So did we end up getting that key, or what was the deal? Oh, there's an actual tab for quest items. Following Barrick's note, this key is essential to find the pendant Caden wants. Well, what was his note? Covered in blood, the note describes a set of objects and their numbering has a sketch of a face at the bottom. Royal beer, root, book, uncommon ring, rusty sword, quality hat, book/wine, pendant. The pendant of the sleeper? He stole Bjorn's pendant? Why is it snowing? Is it snowing? Or is that just embers? Yeah, it looks like it's snowing. There's never winter in the colony. Though everything has like a... That blue effect makes everything look like it's covered in snow. Why is everything so blue? What are you?! Jesus, that scared the shit out of me. That's a scavenger? It looks just like a snapper. Oh god, it's got so much health. Can you not block monsters? No, you can't, because I was doing it to the wolves earlier. The auto block is just like such a bad idea. I dislike. Not a fan. Take that, jerk. The other one didn't give a shit. Oh my god. The monster behaviors are so lame. Like there's no like monster like pack mentality. Yeah, the music is awful. I just want to be like Witcher 3. Oh, this is the guy whose back I stole his sword from. I guess this is where we met Diego. What the hell is that? Why is there a massive, like, ritual site in the middle of the fucking path to the colony? It was not this open before. It looked like a frickin' tunnel the last time we were here. Yeah, there's no... What the fuck is this? He's like shrouded and has horns like those things in Bloodborne. What is that? Rotten meat. That's a quest item? Why is this a quest item? Some meat as a debt? What the hell name for that for a quest is that? Bait? This wine sucks. Wasn't worth the effort and the blood I lost. For monsters. And why is there an amphitheater in the middle of the fucking path to the colony? This is ridiculous. This is, like, straight up looks like something out of Arcania, where they just wanted random locations to be super significant, but, like, nobody gives a shit. Yeah, blood and shitty wine. Well, we've gone a circle, I think? Yeah, we're back with Diego now. That was a fucking real override. You have anything different to say? Pressing E.
Well, I don't like wasting time. Come
God.
on, move.
Diego was like so friendly in the first game. Now he's like super chatty, but then when he decides he's done talking, he's like a pushy dick. New game mechanic to be thrown at you all the time. What game mechanic? I can describe that to you in exactly 0 words, because I like nothing about him. God, look at that shit. I don't know whoever had the idea that walking into a wall should turn you into Slow Walk Man, but that crow flew through the wall. These crows. Wow, these crows have like 6 polygons and even fewer animations. Frames of animation. Throwing rotten meat. We throw it? Oh my god, there's a fucking quick access menu. Holy shit. I have no items. Then what are these? I can't leave the menu now. I beg your pardon. I can't leave the menu. I can't leave the fucking... What the hell's going on? There's things happening outside the menu, but I can't do anything. I broke the game. I opened a menu in the game and it broke. Yeah, it's fucking hilarious. I think I have a piece of cork in my teeth. Oh god, I pressed 2 buttons at once. The game couldn't figure out what the hell I wanted to do. Whatever, I just killed the game and I'm starting over. Whenever it feels like launching it. Someday. Unskippable splash screens. It's like a staple of third-party Unreal Engine games. Some decisions you make may have consequences that can be relevant as the plot progresses. Therefore, we are trying to be a Telltale game. Which means nothing will actually matter that much. It'll just give you prompts saying, so-and-so will remember this. It will remember it, but it won't fucking matter. There was no welcome to the colony. It was fucking snappers. Snappers are the poor man's bullet. So many noises happening, and I can't see anything. Why is everything so blue? Like, what is this blue filter happening over everything? Like, every change in the texture, there's like a blue filter on it. Alright, so what's the deal with the baits? So is that it? It just falls? I should eat something. I'm a little wounded. Nope. Look at how glowy I am because I ate a blueberry. You know, I was about to say the fact that there are like health bars and not like just necessarily a 0 to 100 health made me think that like numbers are arbitrary. It was just how many bars you had. Oh, so we can use it on them wolves back there? Wolves aren't scavengers though. They don't eat rotten like random meat they find. They only eat what they hunt. Whatever, I'm not going back to the fucking wolves. Got more important shit to do. Look at that blood spatter. Getting stretched across the change in elevation there. No, you glow green, man. Don't you know blue equals green? Secret under sleeper symbol. What, on the thingamajig? So it's up some stairs and over a ledge. Oh, whoa, my God, that is in your face.
Failure sign. Where have I seen this before?
So, if you have a lockpick or a key, it does the same damn thing. Secret stash note. You're allergic to blueberries? I'm not actually allergic to any food. I'm just allergic to pollen, apparently. Which drives me insane, because pollen happens every year, and you think my body would be used to it by now. So do lockpicks get consumed when you use them? I have 3 of them still. I have no idea. Dice book. Or dice box. Really? That's unfortunate. Are you allergic to bell peppers? Because apparently it's a big, like, freak out lately over the fact that people didn't realize bell peppers are technically berries. You can, because there was a chest earlier on, and I found a lockpick, and someone was like, oh, there's a lockpick up ahead. So I grabbed it and went back to the chest, and he used it. It was the same thing. It was just that circle with the lock, and it just went around the circle and it was open. But I have no idea if the lockpick was actually consumed or not. I will say, I'm kind of glad that, you know, Gothic game's a little more visceral, because it had such a potential to be such a, like, gritty setting and stuff, but obviously back in the olden days, they didn't have the capacity for, like, dismemberment and stuff. And after that, they just seemed too afraid to do it. Oh, really? I eat bell peppers all the time. They're, like, my favorite vegetable. Even though technically they're a fruit. Like, they're going in the usual trap of, like, modern Piranha Bytes games where everything you walk through has to be, like, so linear and tunnel-like. Hopefully it opens up a bit more as you go out. That's a suspicious mark.
Strange symbol on the tree.
You couldn't just let me notice that on my own. Like, the character has to remark on things, like, in case you didn't notice. There's something you should notice here. Disgusting boots. I got an achievement. Well, we got plenty of meat bug to make some ragu. Oh, here's this gate that we saw. Some dead-ass... Those ain't dead-ass wolves! I thought they were dead-ass wolves, but they're live-ass wolves. And they keep chomping me! Oh, you can't sprint with your weapon out. I don't even know what he's doing. That was bullshit. Alright, put weapon away and just run. Those were some live-ass wolves. Is that what you do, Val? At least nowadays, I try to let the bugs outside. But if they make it back in, then all bets are off. You have threatened the sanctity of my house. Yeah, you're very playful. I mean... all dogs seem to want to play with me like that. By biting me in the neck. Right, but that's... On one hand, I kind of get it. That's something like games never really got, is that wolves, when they try to kill you, they, like, latch on. Like, think of how anytime a dog, like, bites you, like a police dog, they grab onto your arm. They don't fucking let go. So wolves don't just, like, do a little chomp and let you go. So that's a little more realistic on how wolves actually will try and kill you, at least. But at the same time, you can't just shove them off. Why did I come back? I mean, we opened the chest, so I guess we can see what this guy wants with the information we've acquired. Oh, look at that idle animation, the whole elbow and everything. I'd like to speak. Holy shit! You can reset it every time you press the button. It's like trying to fade into the conversation. Oh, I broke it. Holy shit, I broke it. I broke the game again. I'm stuck here. I broke it. Oh, Lord above. Yeah, I know. Like, I just want to play the original again. Like, this is so uncomfortable. I still have a secret place to find. I found the secret place. I found the stash. This company never existed before. Nobody knew this company existed until they announced this game. The thing is, I have no idea who's behind it and if any of them actually worked for like another developer before. Oh, well, I tried to follow the woods, but then wolves happened. Now, maybe if I start from the other side of the wolves. What is that guy's helmet? It makes so many noises when the loading screen is still happening. I mean, just... Oh, God, scavenger. Alright, you big boy. You jumped the complete opposite way of where I tried to go. Ah, you son of a gun. Just completely whiffed, dude. Like, you're not even aiming at him. These scavengers, like, are very vocal. They don't go BAK though. My God, he's a jumpy son of a bitch. Alright, Coach. See you next time, I guess. Hopefully I'm playing something better than this piece of shit. Can't hit this sumbitch. He's so jumpy. Oh God, I'm stuck. Are you gonna do anything or not? I can't hit him. Like, it's completely arbitrary. The game decides whether or not the thing's gonna dodge or just take the hit. And that's what pissed me off about combat like this against AI. The combat like this, I can see it working in multiplayer. Where it's about, like, player reaction and stuff, but it's just completely up to the AI whether or not it reacts to what you're doing. That feels ridiculous. Oh, is AOC leaving? Sorry, I saw Coach say something and then you say goodbye. Alright, AOC, have a good night. I can't cross the river. I need to remember that the face cam is on. I feel like I'm about to do something socially unacceptable. Like spill fucking wine in my lap. God damn it. Hang on a second. Well, whatever. I wasn't going to keep these jeans anyway. There's a pot on a rock to take a piss. What? Show where this pot? Where the piss pot? I need to know. I need to witness. Oh, this guy's still alive. Oh yeah, don't break the conversation again, please.
Hey, you're back. I'm worse than I thought, actually. Did you find anything useful?
You didn't really get far. I mean, this guy can still find you. I give him a blueberry.
I found a few blueberries.
Blueberries?
There'll be enough.
Thank you. Although I don't think I can do much with this. I would need a few more to feel the effects.
Okay. I'll see if I can find something else.
Alright, well, a few blues give you sustenance for now. Where's the piss pot? There's more blueberries. Cook your own meals. Okay, so there's actual cooking to be done. You stream Persona 3? Well, you did a whole fucking walkthrough for it. Alright, well, we don't have recipes. Great. Walked past the rock. Get up, you dork. Oh my god. This man is horribly dehydrated. That was disgusting.
Okay. This circle is the colony. And this is where the elevator exploded.
You just gotta keep talking and, like, take a piss every 3 seconds?
Yeah. Oh, finally. I hope there's no scavenger around. I couldn't fight with this.
What a weirdo. Yeah, his piss is brown. What the hell's wrong with him?
Colony. And this is where the elevator exploded.
Jesus, that's horrifying. Like, dude, drink some water. Do I have any water? I have beer. That's probably more hydration than anything else he's had. Okay, I just dropped it. Alright, well, here's the stupid, like, claw marks on the tree.
Strange symbol on the tree.
What does it mean?
I've seen this shape somewhere.
Yeah, on the tree 10 seconds ago. Does it just go through that tunnel where the wolves were? Hey. I didn't want to, like, imagine what he's got. What's good? Oh no, I dropped 669 frames. Unacceptable. Yeah, that was probably a fluke thing. I've doubled, like, my broadcast rate or whatever it's called. What do they call it? Bit rate. Over my usual streaming. It doesn't look like it's made much of a difference, honestly. But yeah, I ended up going out, like, decided to... Because I noticed, for some reason, my laptop over Wi-Fi had a better upload rate than my PC over a Cat 5e, like, connection. So I went out and got some Cat 6 cable. I decided to crimp it myself because it was, like, 3 times as much for, like, a Cat 6, like, patch cable. But I had, like, all the materials I need to crimp it myself, so I just bought some, like, standard, like, unconnected cable and made it myself. You can pass a bush next to the river. It's much easier to spot in lower graphic, I imagine, because that's kind of the problem with the games nowadays. That's why they'll rely so much on these fucking quest markers and shit, is because the foliage is so dense, although the foliage only comes in, like, 20 feet away. Look at the bouncy ass water. Pass a bush next to the river. I don't see any bushes. Unless you mean this. This looks suspicious. Oh ho! Exploration crouch. Move stealthily, less detectable. Alright, well, who's gonna notice me? No, 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 no. No, let's drop. There we go. Oh my god, those stone textures are awful. It's always weird to me, like, how inconsistent. This is like a big flaw with Piranha Bytes. So I'm not judging THQ Barcelona for this particularly, but, like, much broader textures have such a low resolution compared to small ones. Like, these rocks here look alright. Not great, but alright. The beams look alright, but then these fucking boards and then this rock are, like, such low resolution. You press C to crouch because they decided control was lock-on instead. Even though I usually use tab for that, but then tab was used for this shit. This water. Holy shit. It goes in such weird directions. Look at how it's all like helicopter-y. All the particulates. God, Witcher 2 had better water effects in this. And that game is like 7 or 8 years old. Hey, it's Fred. Good old Fred. My inventory key in Gothic 2 is... I think it's mouse 4. If I remember correctly. I do it out of habit, not so much that I remember what I'm doing. Wow, 2 achievements for that one chest. Oh, I got schnapps. Oh, good old schnapps. Cheap, easy to get, and much cheaper than decent beer. So I guess we didn't want to return the pendant because... Oh, no. The pendant is just a key. So, hang on. In the shape of a key, with, on one side, the symbol of Adnos, on the other side, a strange marking. So we want to hang on to this, I guess, because it's obviously not just a pendant, and not as valueless as Caden says it is. Well, I got a Langschwert. A Langschwert. I feel like E should be the button to equip things. Because it usually is. So I keep pressing it. Alright, well. Langschwert. I want to get a look at it. Stop spinning around. Okay, so it just looks like the same sword, but unbroken. Why does the music happen every time you draw your sword? I don't know, I'm pretty sure they call Adnos a god, not a goddess. And that's the thing, in Arcania, wasn't all the gods a goddess? Because weren't they all just one singular goddess who had like bipolar disorder or something? Yes, it does. If you had bugged music, then I'm not surprised. But yeah, every time you draw your sword, it puts you in combat mode. So the music just happens. You know, credit where it's due. Risen was great because the combat music was just a like very percussive remix of the environmental music. So that's why I thought it was like especially great. Because even like Gothic 1 and 2 could get pretty repetitive. Well, you missed that opportunity, Val. Were these wolves sleeping in broad daylight? I mean, I guess wolves might be nocturnal. Do they notice me when I'm sneakage? It zooms in so close when he sneaks. It's so uncomfortable. I don't want to know this man that well. There's his crotch. Hello, Trent. This game's so choppy. You clip something better? Oh, I can't wait to see it. Oh, Trent. Please leave now before all your, like, innocence is shattered. Please. I don't want you to be as depressed as I am. Are they pretty easy? Alright, we'll fucking kill them. Look how he scoots! This is sprint mode with a weapon out. It just changes the camera angle. He actually doesn't actually move any faster. Oh, wow! Okay, that's interesting. Look at that. So if I equip this sword... Oh, no, never mind. Hang on. Oh. I thought they actually had more, like, bars in their health, hit points. When I had... Hang on a minute. Look at this hoppy-ass wolf. Owie. Oh my god, he's biting me. Oh my goodness. I wonder. It seems like the, yeah, because he just... Okay, no, it doesn't work like that. So, the amount of bars they have in their health bar is dependent on the weapon you have equipped, and how many hits it will take to kill them. But when you switch back to another weapon, it doesn't, like, fix it. It's weird. Like, the music itself is okay if it wasn't the only music that played when you were fighting. Like, whatever. Okay, now I'm unlocked. Maybe it works better. Except I don't get any prompts on their behavior, so... Yeah, I wonder... I feel like they probably don't dodge. That might be why it's easier to fight unlocked, because they don't dodge since you're not focused on them. That would be hilarious if that's how that worked. Yeah, it doesn't fit, but none of the music fits. I mean, listen to all this thing. Like, very cello-centric. I guess maybe I'm not as offended by the cello, like, focused music, because I played the cello. I wish I still owned one. Yeah, Gothic 3. Ba 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 ba. Like, that will always remain the most intrusive battle music that has ever occurred. Blueberries are outrageously healthy in this game. I'm not sure what instrument that is now that you mention it. It sounds too hurdy-gurdy-ish. Hurdy-gurdy always sounded like something between a bagpipe and a violin. Like, I'm alright with the music, but none of it's, like, outstanding. Is that Ori? That's gonna be Ori, isn't it? He's gonna tell me how the diggers are the lowest. I'm just gonna steal all their empty booze bottles. Hello. Some animals may be attracted with food. Okay, so that's the bait mechanic. It's literally like he doesn't have an animation to put it down. Well, that wolf like just woke straight the fuck up.
Oh, this smells awful. How can they use this garbage to lure wolves?
How do you know that's what they use it for? I like how I can just grab infinite of this. Yeah, this is the first gate. Yeah, Trent, if you really felt like you had to leave, no, that was me joking that this game breaks childhoods. Sorry, I have to filter myself another glass of wine. Oh, that's the stuff. The $15 stuff. God, I have to work in the morning too. What am I doing? Yeah, no problem, Trent. Glad to have you, but I mean, this game is gonna depress all of us. Why's my sword so blue? Music was pulled off of the English version of what? What do you mean? I don't get it. Hey, he's playing a lute at least. That looks so weird, having like a closed helmet with like a random like padded jerkin. Like this armor has no cohesion. Like you got no fashion sense. Look at his hip pad. It's got an erection. Oh, it's hair monoleague? I can't hear it. I hear it now, but the rest of the music is in the way. You're right, it is. I really should check out more In Extremo. That song's amazing. Yeah, it makes no sense. Like nobody even had helmets in the first game. Like there was not a helmet in the first game. I don't know why that just dawned on me. It is Ori.
You're the new guy who arrived last night, aren't you?
Yes.
My God, his
Diego
mouth.
told me all about it.
What the fuck? Diego.
I'll say.
Well, newbie, I hope you're having a good time on your side.
What the fuck is wrong with his
You
mouth?
won't be able to get to the other side.
What? Why not?
Diego's orders. Until he returns,
Diego's orders.
can't open the door to you or anyone else.
Are you sure there's no way I can get through the door?
Well, it looks like we have a new merchant in the colony. Well, let's do some business. Maybe you can help me with a little problem.
Ori, you were way cooler than this in the past. Now you look like an alcoholic
I went a little
whose
too
face is
far
melting.
with the beer and the dice, I guess. Maybe you know how this usually ends. My head is about to explode with a hangover. My colleagues loot and the boring morning guards. So you could bring me something for the headache.
Oh my God, we have to get this
Painkiller. If you
right
bring
off the
me
bat.
something
Every
really
quest we've encountered, just trying to get to the first major location, has been fetch quests.
Alright, I'll see what I can find.
That's great. The gate and I are waiting for you here.
And you don't need all these sound effects every time there's a fucking pop-up. Yeah, so this is what I'm afraid of with this game, is that it's going to be nothing but Gothic memes in place of an actual Gothic game. It's just going to be a standard RPG that, honestly, anyone like Spiders or Tech 13 or wherever the hell they are, Deck 13, could have made just as easily and just filled with Gothic memes. Are the lyrics dumb? I've never actually like looked at the translation of the lyrics. I thought it was like a folk song about like some dude who got kidnapped by a troll or something. My God, he looks so much skinnier in this. He looks like such a doofus. Like, let's be real here. I mean, Gothic 1 hero, he was a bit bulky, but everyone was. He was a pretty slim dude by comparison. But he had such like a meat face because obviously they just his face was inspired by Mike Hoga, which was hilarious. Because to hear Mike Hoga explain it, he never even realized that. And the music has not come back. Oh, because I never actually hit enter. Yeah, it's a folk story. You know, it's whatever. Honestly, I almost like this game better without the music on. I'm gonna turn it down a bit. Next to the song by Windeer or Vindeer. It's, I think, kind of the same thing. I can't remember if that was a folk song or if that was BC what the hell are you talking about? I am very tempted to put on OG music. I think this is a rare case where I would actually like the game better if I had done that. What was with that, like, crescendo of symbols? I don't know, that's bestiality. I mean, is it bestiality if it's considered a sentient species? That's kind of what I wonder. I mean, they're obviously, there's no compatibility There's no, like, species compatibility. You can't, like, have offspring, but who knows? Yeah, because, like, it's kind of like The Witcher, where, like, trolls are often considered sentient species, and that's why witchers are kind of, like, hit or miss whether or not they'll actually kill one. Oh my god, Ace, you missed it, because there was a troll in the intro, and I almost had a heart attack when I saw it. I mean, if I were Ori, I would just, like, consume more alcohol to, like, cure my headache. I could give him a beer. Yeah, so that's the thing. I know a lot of people shit on, like, the Gothic 3 orcs for being, like, really weird and ridiculous. And, like, almost too human-like, but I kind of like that about them. I like that it's the rare game that didn't show orcs as, like, a bestial kind of race, or a very tribal kind of race. I think a lot of people had a problem with it just because they were different from the Gothic 1 and 2 orcs. But that's kind of why I subscribe to the idea that they were just sort of a different race of orcs, in a way. So I'm kind of okay with that. Mora intensifies. I will say, just the lack of transition between the Gothic 1 orcs and the Gothic 3 orcs. I can understand why that, like, spoils that illusion for some people. I got a scavenger sandwich. Yeah, I get that. Especially because the Gothic 2 orcs, even the ones that were supposed to be the invaders, still talked like they were, like, a barely educated race of barbaric creatures. Young female troll who wants to marry Hermanelig to become human. But he refuses her. I don't know. I feel like I could get freaky with a troll. Could be interesting. I'll try anything once. I'm starting to tank more often? What do you mean? Alright, so I got some things. What the hell did I get? I have so much meat. I picked up so much meat from that carton. I just get more and more. We have to look out for signs of adenos. I feel like that's where we can use the key. Right, but P-Tech, my excuse for that is simply the fact that... Alright, so get this. I've had that excuse thrown at me more than once, that the mainland orcs in the intro of Gothic 1 looked like the same orcs that were in the colony. But at the same time, some bitches, the humans in the intro were wearing the mercenary armor. So explain that to me. That is, in my opinion, just asset recycling. Because they had to make an intro, and they just used models they already had. So that's why everything looked the same in the intro. That was not meant to be reflective of the mainland orcs. They were just the orc models that they already had, so they reused them. Same thing with the humans, who were wearing the mercenary armor, even though the mercenaries only existed in the colony. Because the mercenaries would not have been thrown into the colony with the armor that they already had equipped. So there's no explaining that. Exactly. Case. What do they say in court? I rest my case. Exactly. Listen, I defend things where they deserve it, alright? I am the absolute...
golden Bellier sign.
Bellier.
Where have I seen this before?
We've already seen it. We already looted it. I don't even know why I'm going backwards. What? I need headache. I need Tylenol for Ori. Listen, I'm defending Gothic 3 where it fucking deserves it, which is not very often. But in this case, it fucking deserves it. And I will defend the soundtrack in the sense that it's a brilliant soundtrack that would suit games that were not Gothic. Alright, do I have better stuff for you? Better medicine? Oh my god, he stood up. He's alive.
Hey, you're back.
Okay, I can't skip.
Worse than I thought, actually. Did you find anything useful?
Oh, I have a Seraphis.
They say the Seraphis is very useful for this type of wound.
This type of wound? What kind of wound? A stab wound?
Thanks, man. You just saved my life. Literally.
Right, but that's a problem. They didn't address any of this shit in any of the games. Like, they had so many continuity errors in Gothic. So I feel like it's almost unfair to point out Gothic 3 specifically as having continuity errors when all 3 games had them. Gothic 3 had a lot of problems. It is easily the worst game that they've made. But as far as continuity errors, it commits no more crimes than the rest of them do. What am I doing now? I have to use the bathroom. Be right back. So what I'm afraid of is that they won't make many changes. Honestly, like, in a way, I'm more afraid that they'll just cancel the game entirely. But look how much, like, work they put into this. Like, all these assets they built. And granted, a lot of these assets can be reused elsewhere. If this whole area was moved to, like, the Orc Shrine in Gothic 1, where, like, the Swamp Dragon moves in later, it would work. But how much work they put in to make this, and the fact that so many people hate it, like, even the positive reviews on Steam are so upset with this, and they would never buy it if the game was exactly like this on release. So there's so many improvements that have to be done, and so many things that have to be changed. And ultimately, when you put this much effort into a combat system like this, and the combat system blows like donkey dick, like, the whole combat has to be reworked, because it is awful. They seem committed to it, but bear in mind, like, look at the description of the trailer that we had pulled up earlier. Where is it? Oh, I don't even have it open anymore.
Is a story.
Shush, shush. You're not the real Diego. After playing the prototype, you decide if we should proceed with a full remake or leave the great memories untouched. So it is absolutely an option, as far as THQ Nordic's concerned, to abandon this entirely and just leave Gothic as what it is. No, fuck Dark Mysteries. Don't do anything with Dark Mysteries. Dark Mysteries was like fan fiction on fucking steroids. Right, did we get Tylenol for Ori yet? We got schnapps. Not that we got anything. That's what I'm saying, like, Koshmar. Like, the combat feels like a knockoff of For Honor, which was a multiplayer game. So how does it make any sense here? And what I was saying when I was fighting that scavenger earlier is it's, like, completely up to, like, a dice roll with the AI, how they react to it. So it does not feel like an intelligent system. You know, you can shit on, like, Dark Souls all you want for its kind of combat, but the AI is predictable in a very specific way, and you know whether or not you fucked up when you've done something. But in this game, it's completely up to the AI whether or not, like, you're doing the right thing. And shit like that makes for terrible, like, single-player kind of combat. Did I say that? If I actually said that about Dark Mysteries, then I want to burn the first half of my channel, like, to the ground. What is this machine? What does this machine do? It's a crane of some kind. But how does it operate? Do you put a dog? Kifaz, thank you for following. Alright, do it. I don't know if I should give this key to this dude yet. Give me that. So the continue quest option is just not to talk to him. I didn't promise anything of the sort. Dark Masteries remastered. Dark Masteries. If they actually remastered Dark Mysteries, didn't those guys do the Golden Gate mod, which I really wanted to do back in the day? Wonder what they're working on nowadays. I think they were making a sequel to it. And keep the key? Alright, good. For once, I don't mind backseating, because in this particular case, I'd like to know as much about this demo as possible, so I can make my critique sooner. Why did he just float backwards? I don't understand games that make dialogues happen in cutscenes like this. It makes it look so weird. Like characters just start teleporting.
Hey, Caden, I'm back. I think I've been able to solve the mystery of the robbery.
The mystery, yeah.
Oh, really? Wow, that was fast. Okay,
Yeah,
tell me.
because time doesn't seem
Did you
to
get the
actually
key?
flow
I
in
mean,
this.
The pendant.
Oh no.
Everybody's
I'm sorry.
like capes
That
are
was a
floating.
pendant. It's probably already been sold on the black market.
What? No, that's not possible. They would never have sold
And now
it
his
on
lines
the
sound like they were
black
recorded in the
market.
closet.
You're lying.
It was you who said Saracen Berwick robbed you in order to sell it. There was no pendant, but I almost died trying to get it back.
Okay. Well, all right. Maybe I invented some context to convince you. In any case, what happened to Saurus and Beric?
What happened to your
Are they
subtitles?
still
They
alive
disappeared.
or not?
When I arrived, Berwick was already dead, and Sarus attacked me. I had no choice but to kill him.
I don't get it. You killed Saurus and Beric, and they didn't have the pendant. I don't know. There's something here that doesn't fit. Are you sure you searched the bodies well? Well, look, I can't waste any more time with you, okay? Take the sword and get out.
Get out of what? We're outside. Fine, I'll grab at it. Looks like the sword of Artorias. At least there's an animation. That's pretty cool, I guess. Credit where it's due. That was a pretty neat animation. It was like drawing the sword from the stone, except the stone was a crispy dude. So, I have the burnt lung. It's worse than the one I have. Dan, I almost said Dan's. Dan's talks a lot of shit, but Val talks way more shit. She always like lies about me. Giving me my bad PR. I should sue you for libel. This guy's supposed to be from the old camp. We haven't met anyone from the new camp yet. I mean, the colors of like armor and stuff are so muted. That's a little bit harder to tell, but yeah, he had like kind of a red jerkin that he was wearing, or what do you call it? Gambison. Alright, so we got that stupid sword, piece of garbage. I like how it was a whole quest to get like a better sword, and we found a better one in the process of doing it. Yeah, all women do is slander me. Well, great. My inventory button doesn't work anymore. So a different button to access the menu. Pause menu, game menu is backspace. That doesn't work either. Alright, let's try and save and then quit. Because I can't access my fucking menu anymore. I played Witcher 2? I played that ages ago, dude. Pralco, you've been around for a while. At least your name sounds familiar. Yeah, I think I did Witcher back in, like, 2012. Or Witcher 2. At least on YouTube. And then I did Witcher 2 again earlier this year. Yeah, your name is pretty distinctive. I remember you. Oh, I'm losing frames. No! What is happening? Uh-oh. Oh, I got an achievement. There's just a lot of noises a lot of noises just happened. That loading screen tanked my, like, netcode. I lost so many frames just in that loading screen. The game has to, like, regenerate your achievements in the quests that you accomplished. Like, every time you reload the game. Oh my god, it does everything Witcher 2 did, and it makes it look so much worse. Like, why is everything so blue? I still don't get that. It pisses me off. It's like the blue fog filter of the second game, but then just over everything. So that's the thing. I think every time you reload the game, it has to remember what quest you accomplished and like gives you the prompts all over again. I need to bump the anti-aliasing. This looks like horrendous. That doesn't look any better. I mean, not much anyway. Blue old camp? Old camp's under the bridge. Yeah, this game has an Elex filter. Oh, well, great. Good to know. At least I can open up my inventory now. Yeah, you would think the old camp would be all over this. They'd be trying to figure out what the fuck happened. They're the only ones running the exchange place, and all the fucking debris is still up in the air. Look at that. It's still floating. I bet you the clouds fade back in once we get closer. Yeah, look at them. The clouds.
No, wait. No.
Oh my god.
Please.
Well, he's dead. I saved his ass.
Soros couldn't have gone very far. I found him here and decided to fix the mistakes you made in the first place, rookie. Nobody plays with Caden. Learn it by heart.
Okay, well, we're not fighting. Holy shit. Whoa. That dude ain't nothing to be fucked with, apparently. Alright. Credit where it's due. I did not expect to get that quest to continue to have consequences. I feel really bad that my bad choices cost that dude his life.
Gomez has little patience, and will have even less if you entertain me with your nonsense.
I didn't give him the dice. I didn't know he wanted the dice. I did not expect him to come after us afterwards and try and mop up our mess. That was cool. Credit where it's due. If they continue to do quests like that, I like games that respect when you fuck up. And in a sense, I fucked up because I lied and I didn't cover my tracks. And it cost someone his life. But why he didn't come after me, I don't know. Probably just the fact that he's like so much more dangerous than me. But I respect that the game said, you fucked up. He called your bluff. Therefore, the people you tried to save are now dead. So I respect that. Please, if you do make this game, make more quests like that. Because that is one thing that Piranha Bytes has been afraid to do in everything, I'd say prior to Elex, but even including Elex. So I have a lot of respect for that. Sorry, I need more wine, but I gotta filter it because I dropped a fucking cork in the bottle. I never thought I'd be drinking wine on stream. I don't even drink wine, like, normally. It's not good wine either. I still have his pendant. I'm like, I will say, they do this quest normally. I hope there's more depth to it than that, than just the fact that he stabbed a dude that we tried to keep alive. I don't know if we can fight him. That's a good question. I don't think this game... I get the feeling this isn't the type of game that lets you... We're just floating over things now. I get the feeling this isn't the type of game that lets you aggro NPCs who are not destined to be hostile. The ketchup war? Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. They built that up as like their most like consequential quest. So you kind of knew what was coming. But in other cases, other than like, let's say the rat in the fort, there aren't many quests that Piranha Bytes have come up with that have had that many layers. Where like choices you make might still affect things like days later. I didn't fuck up the Dome City. Kind of the outcome was exactly what I knew I was going for. I was just a little surprised when literally like half the city ended up dead. So we can actually fight him.
Don't bother me. I have to collect all the evidence before nightfall.
The evidence?
Put this thing away. Don't make me angry.
Okay. Well, that's good. I'm glad that's a thing. I wonder if we can kill him.
Put this thing away. Don't make me angry.
Oh, you just took that like a bitch. Oh, he's fast. I'll say the like grayscale filter when you're like getting tired comes in a little soon. Yeah, take that. Take that. Owie. Oh my god, he hit so hard. Yes. Alright. Give them credit. The combat is tough. The difficulty of enemies is reflective of how tough they actually are. Like, this guy's got a lot of health. He's obviously not anything to be trifled with. And he blocks when he ought to be blocking. Ow! I'm dead.
I warned you.
Alright. So... Or, what's his name? Caden ain't nothing to be fucked with. Really? Val, like, this is why you don't enjoy games. You're so impatient. Ha! But, yeah, I mean, it seems like... Again, just make noise during the loading screen, please. It seems like this is one of those games where, to be fair, even Piranha Bytes isn't, like, doing that thing anymore. Where you can just knock people down. Like, if you fight an NPC out of a, like, scripted event, it just kills them. And it upsets me. So, that, in itself, makes this a failure as a Gothic game. Because that is one of the things that made Gothic special. And to be fair, I think Gothic 2 did a little better because the permanently hostile NPCs could be killed, like, on contact. So it didn't, like, waste your time with it. You didn't have to, like, stop and stab them. But yeah, this game, if it doesn't just let you knock NPCs down, or let them knock you down when you fuck with them, then it's kind of upsetting. Point to home, Dome City. Not in the grand scheme of things. Dome City was kind of consequential in and of itself, but didn't affect anything in the rest of the world, which is a little bit upsetting. But at the same time, that was kind of the point of it. It was like the one, like, neutral zone of all three factions, and it let you decide who you wanted to kind of win in the power struggle. So, but as far as I know, the only people who could win were the clerics or the bandits or the outlaws. I don't think the berserkers had any real stake in it. Swords are the most versatile weapons. Guarantee high minimum damage and greater chance for successful hits. So that is interesting if they make different weapon types do different things, because that's not something a lot of games do nowadays. Alright, so, again, what do we need for Ori? I'm not clear on what we need. Maybe we already have it, but if we don't already have what we need to resolve Ori's headache, somebody let me know what it is. I can't spend all day on this side of the fucking gate. Hermana League.
You want me to open this door? Well, I'll need something in return.
Why is Ori such like a douche? He was like such a friendly old man in the first game. A wine bottle at the drop point. Alright. Let's see what we got on top of the gate first. Other than bad textures. Can I just open the gate myself? Coach joined the Outlaws? Not surprised. The man who never did play by the rules. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. Like, I joined the Berserkers in my YouTube playthrough, but the game was a lot more fun when I joined the Clerics, because, like, nothing stood a chance when I had, like, my fucking plasma rifle. I literally did, because the magic was useless. Guns were way more fun, and they were garbage. But at least they just fucking wrecked everything. It was like using rifles in Risen 2. They just destroyed everything, and all you had to do was point and click. Encounter Ori without Diego? How do you even do that? Because Diego happens before you even get that far. Koshmar, you are really testing the auto mod filter today. Usually that's AOC's job. That's pretty much my goal with this demo. Let's be honest here. I'm trying to see how stupid this thing can really get. Also, I find it interesting you call it Elmex and not Elex. Is that what it was called in Switzerland? Does Elex mean something else in Switzerland somehow? So I'm looking for a bottle of wine around here, I guess. You're not getting any Automod stuff? I've had to approve him like 3 times tonight. I'm gonna go Diego now. Well, I already talked to Diego, and he told me to fuck off, basically. Barker language filter. I just do the auto mod filter because I know something's gonna come up. Someone's gonna be a dick and say something really, like, revolting. I'm not gonna be paying attention. Elmex. Oh, it's a toothpaste brand. Alright. So you're the one making the memes. Oh, well, the game's not exactly clear on that. I have to be able to kill some woofs now. Yeah, eat it. God, Alt is a terrible button to switch luck on. Get off me! I just missed for no fucking reason, other than the game decided I missed. I mean, I'm glad the game is fairly, like, responsive. Like, depending on, like, where you move the mouse. Like, if you move it right before they hit you, it's, like, responsive to that. So I like that. A lot of games, your button prompt has to be, like, a full second before, like, the input actually demands it. And that's what kind of pissed me off. But I'm not a fan of this combat in general. Diego joins you to get the better weapon. How many hits you need? Yeah, so that's the thing. It seems they'll probably fix it if they went in full release, but it seems like it shows you the number of hits you need to kill them with the best weapon you have, not with the weapon you have equipped. Because I switched back to the inferior sword, and it still showed them with 2 health bars, even though it still took 5 or 6 to kill them. I just got an attack note. Maybe this text is important to understand the attack. Contains a text written in good handwriting and signed with the initials LS. The shipment will arrive today at 11 o'clock. The railroad tracks are clear. Night shift, 3 guards at the bonfire in the exchange zone, 1 guard at the bridge, and 1 at the temple. Contact confirms that the access is clear. LS. Lee something or Lerez something? So that's the thing. I kind of like mused that it was an old new camp attack on this exchange place, but that is such a stupid idea. The new camp would not attack the exchange place because that's the only place where the goods come into the colony. So it makes no sense that they would attack the exchange place because there would be no one left to receive the goods anymore. Therefore, they would not be able to steal the goods. Lever S. If that is truly how they think initials work, then this studio is doomed to failure. No, but we're basically at the exchange place. Like, at this point, all they did was make the exchange place bigger. And that's where we've been stuck so far. So until I get through the gate, which apparently I still don't have what I need to do it. I have to go back to Diego. The game's not really clear on what we're supposed to do here. But, yeah, I mean, if this is just supposed to be until we get through this opening segment, then whatever. I can deal with, like, an opening tutorial area being sort of this small. We have ladder sprints, ladies and gentlemen. But, man, they don't make a difference. Giving the wine to Ori. I don't have wine, though. All I have is schnapps and some beers. And someone suggested I go back to Diego, so I'm going to try that. And what are this? This is new. I haven't seen this. Oh, doing the quest items? Why the fuck? Why is wine in quest items? Oh, luxury wine. This one is truly exceptional. Bears the red lacquered seal of an accredited supreme quality and is highly ornate, bottled to signified status. And these prisoners deserve highfalutin wine. This is the lockpicking minigame. It's the same as the open locks with keys minigame. Yeah, I get that, but at the same time, it's bullshit. Sorry, I often forget that I have an emote now. I feel like I have to use it. And someone's giving me shit for the fact that my emote of mud still has a neck. But at the same time, I feel like that makes it so much more hilarious. Yeah, P-Tech, you're one of 2 people who have that emote besides myself. So enjoy it. It is very exclusive. It is weird, but at the same time, Mud is a weird dude, so he deserves a neck.
Not bad, right?
I don't know. It doesn't look like you're hitting anything.
It's not the best sword I've ever seen, but it's much better than what you had before. At least you'll have a real chance.
Again, he sounds like he's recording himself in a closet.
Anyway, you've already found something to defend yourself with, and this meat is inedible. If it's all right with you.
So what, you've been cooking breakfast for nothing?
What do you think of Caden?
He's not a bad
Caden.
guy, but he's a survivor.
What do you think of Caden?
He's been surviving for a long time. You should be wary of him.
Yeah, we just stabbed a dead
Always
fool to
bear
death.
in mind that in the colony, decisions have consequences sooner or later.
They're selling that so hard that I feel like this is... Oh, what is with the blur on him? What is going on? I'm not sure any of you can see this as badly as I see it, but there's like such a weird like blur effect going on every like motion he has. Aloof, aloof. Like, do you see that? I see it in my thumbnail. I don't know if it's that bad on Twitch. It really doesn't look any worse just because of like how bad the Twitch encoding is, but it's so ridiculous. Like everything just blends together. Every time he moves, it's like his beard like just has a blur effect. And his whole face does. It's so ridiculous.
I found this. I think it has relevant information about what happened.
Oh
in the
wow, he
area
actually
last
holds a
night.
note.
Interesting.
Let me look at both sides of it and not actually read it.
Apparently, we have a mole, and the attack was premeditated. Gomez would love to know this. Good job, rookie.
Like this is how I read all my letters, like
pretty
this.
well for your first day
Interesting.
here.
Interesting. So I'm still mad that I broke my steak knife. That pisses me off so much. There's a high quality, like, Stop and Shop knife right there. Whoops. Oh, I have to hold it. I forgot.
Right.
God damn it.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let me point with my thumb on the direction we should go. All right, we're following him, but Ori still won't let us leave. Oh my god, the frame rate got cut in half now that he's leading the way. Holy shit.
So, Rookie, quite a show yesterday, eh?
Oh my god, he's so much louder.
All of you stay where you are. Don't make me hurt you.
Oh, he's mocking us now?
Very funny.
The scene was actually pretty comical, at least to me.
Pretty
That's because it
comical.
wasn't you risking your neck.
It's nothing special. Something. So, yeah, this channel's already getting banned. So basically, yesterday and the day before, when I was trying to figure out what the hell my network problems were, I was looking at the like breaker panel in my basement, where like that's where the coax cable comes into the house, and as I opened that up to try and to see if I could get like a new coax cable in the house, I discovered that the previous owner had stashed this DVD up in there. And it's hilarious to me because the previous owner was like a 60-something-year-old woman who I think had her grandkids over quite often. And my running theory right now is that one of her grandkids stole this DVD from his dad and brought it over to show to his cousins. And stashed it and never had time to retrieve it before his grandmother sold the house. So now it belongs to me. And if you look on Amazon, this Castle Erotica DVD sells for like $250. So in other words,
I had them right where I wanted them, but
check
then
on
you
eBay
had to
tomorrow
buy them.
morning and you can retrieve
By
this
the way,
copy.
Where are we? It looks like a theatre.
It's actually an ancient temple that has seen different gods. You know, Enos, Adanos.
Adanos! He's not called Adanos! This is not Arcania! You cannot call him Adanos! Who came up with that? He's not Adanos! Nobody has ever called him that except for Spellbound. Why do you call him that? I'm so upset!
There you have him, Bellier.
Bellier?
Doesn't really matter anymore.
If this is such
Why
an
does he only have
important
4
zone,
horns?
Isn't it dangerous?
The
to have
sleeper has
predators
6
around
horns.
Yes, and that's why we prefer to work during the day. The animals are starting to do stranger and stranger things.
He runs when he's straight, but
Why's
not when
that?
he walks forward.
I don't know. It might be the magic of the barrier. Or because they've been trapped in the colony for so long.
it? I see.
Okay, so when we're near Diego, he walks. When we have to catch up, he runs.
Incidentally, Diego, are there many rookies in the colony?
Few alive. Even fewer sane. Out of the new arrivals, I believe just you. Even so, being the old camp's nanny is no easy task, as you saw for yourself.
Nanny
Well, you're pretty good at
McPhee.
it.
Bellier.
You've been doing it all your life.
No, Rookie. Before landing in this cesspool, I had a more comfortable life. And a more interesting profession. Like everyone, I guess.
Oh, yes, doing the dirty work for old, what's his
Look,
name?
There's the
What was his name? Mr. Gabrant, sir.
guardians for the trade route.
Only 2 men guarding it.
Yeah, we've already met them.
Yes, but what a pair. Especially Ori. He's a real character. Grouchy, loyal to the old camp, and a magnificent warrior. Whether it's with a sword or in a beer-drinking contest.
Alright, well, apparently we didn't need to deliver the wine.
We would have seen it. We hardly even had 2 beers yesterday.
Of
Yeah, see, I
course,
told you,
Ori,
every
don't
time
worry.
they love their hand animations. Like, every time somebody says a number, somebody has to make a gesture for it.
It happens to the best soldiers, although less to the sober ones.
Oh, I got your wine. Do you want it? So I guess we could have moved on without Diego. If we had chosen to just give him the wine. Was that an option? I have your wine.
Hey, dude.
Hey, dude.
Like things have calmed down a little bit, right? Now.
I question that myself, but it is a Playboy DVD.
Are these kind of things common here? You don't seem to have time to get bored.
That's a taste
Presents a
of
Surrender
everyday
Cinema
life.
production, Castle Erotica, starring Catalina Laranga,
Especially with the scumbags from the
Amber
UK.
Carney, Ollie Simpson, Sebastian Guy, Alex Farrow, casting by Robert Lombard, director of photography Bernard Giorgi, music composed and performed by String Brothers Productions, edited by John Ryder, special effects by David Lange, written by Louise Montclair, executive producer Charles Band, produced by Siciliano, directed by Madison Monroe. Madison Monroe, that actually sounds familiar.
Aren't you bored waiting here all day?
Very much so.
Madison Monroe.
Occasionally I use rotten meat to lure the scavengers.
I'm sure I've
They
heard that
really
name
last
before,
around.
but I don't know where.
They're lazy animals, really. The thing I miss the most about my long guard duties is a good drink. And I'm not talking about cheap beer or rancid wine. I'm talking about something exquisite. Something different that gives me joy once in a while.
So hang on, Diego just keeps
You mean
moving, he
something
doesn't
from
stop?
outside the colony.
Yeah, that's right. Sometimes I find a moment to look for things. But given what happened last night, I doubt I'll be able to move from here for quite a while.
My god, there's so many noises.
Hey, I think I've found something that'll brighten your day. A bottle of wine from the harvest of King Rober II himself.
Thanos? How on
Yeah, I
earth
wondered
did you
about
get
that.
Only Gomez has access to this level of quality.
Alright, well, I'm sure it was destined for
It's
him.
a long and bizarre story.
I'd rather not know. In any case,
I don't know. I was
don't
taking
think my boss would miss a bottle, right?
a look at it. It looks
I
a
can
little...
almost smell the wine from here.
Man, I can't see my own webcam. Looking a little like Triss or Yennefer. Which do you choose? For once, I think I actually choose Yennefer. I don't know. What about you? I'm a little worried if I show that too often, I'll get banned on Twitch.
Not much, but it's the best I have right now.
Sorry. Thing keep popping up my screen. I'm clicking on the wrong thing. The finished drink.
And again, thank you so much for getting me this wonder.
I got an achievement called the finished drink. I think I was supposed to say the finest.
Still around. This headache won't go away on its own.
Alright, well, it's not my fault the game, doesn't realize, I might stop to talk to people.
Only the clever and the strong survive in the colony. Everyone else ends up being food for scavengers. Or worse.
My god, that was deep for such an alcoholic. Alright, well, so apparently I missed out on something Diego was going to say because he decided he wasn't going to stop and wait for us. Because the game cannot imagine that we might actually have a conversation with people. Alright, so here's... So there's the gate. This is a very familiar sort of location. A bit more rocky. So there's the abandoned mine. Can we find a pickaxe around here? Oh. Oh, yeah, that's the stuff. Oh, it's not a weapon! Are you kidding me? What do I do with it? Oh, are you kidding me? It's a fucking, like, miscellaneous item. Born between 76 and 73? Well, this DVD came out in 2001. I'm sure they're still alright looking. That was only 19 years ago. BRB. I have to use the restroom. Yeah, let's see how far the familiarity lasts. But can I climb up here and fight some gobelinos? Well, we got the broken tunnel here. What are the dandelions? Okay. Broken tunnel is a lot smaller. I hate that, like, you actually have to get the prompt to climb before it lets you climb. What the hell's snarling at me? Do I get to piss in this pot again? It is. It's just another piss pot. What the fuck? I'm inside my own leg. That's so disgusting. Dude, you do not drink nearly enough water.
Okay. This circle is the colony. And this is where the elevator exploded.
It could actually be a funny meme if, like, every so often you found a point where, like, he would take a piss and just kind of muse on the story so far, or, like, what he's learned. That could be a funny joke that they could just have, like, sustained throughout the rest of the game. But just have him just, like, piss brown liquid into a random cauldron that he just finds is not a funny joke in and of itself. Now, what? Oh, it's making me do the bait thing. Can I just kill this thing? Game saved. Meow 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 meow. Brr. Like that. Just button mash. Like, if they do try and make this combat system work, I hope they add some variety to the... My goodness, to the animations. He's whistling the Gothic theme? I didn't even notice. Try it again.
Oh, yeah. Oh, finally. I hope there's no scavenger around.
We just killed one.
This.
God, just... Why? Why is it that color? You could have just made it, like, watercolored. Like, just the color of water. Like they did in Elix. At least then, when the dude pissed on my leg, it wouldn't have, like, offended me so much. Oh, you're right. It's just completely out of time. would never have noticed because he's like... His time signature was awful. Oh, there's more going on up here, at least. Wah! Victory is mine. A lot of scavengers up here. Oh my god, it's a snapper. Why is there just like suddenly a snapper? Take that. I mean, I'm glad the stances have like different moves. But add some variety to the combat animations, please. And I hate that defense is just completely based on positioning and not on any actual input. It makes this too easy. Ow. Take that, dork. That's fine, it doesn't stand a chance. You referred to Gothic 2 in a way. Explain, P-Tech. Nice signal fire up there. Oh!
How can they use this garbage to lure wolves?
What is up with this, like, structure here? Oh my god, it's another lift. Nice, so it's a way down. Let's take a look. Holy shit. Well, there's the castle. Alright, somebody suggested... I take a look at what's going on here. I like how help in caps is like indecipherable to this. Free camera on. Whoa! It looks cool, but mainly because they have the spires on the castle tower. So obviously we're at a distance. It's not rendering in everything. This is like the render distance is still based on our character, so this looks like shit. That's what's gonna happen. Let's try and like just get a gauge on. Oh my god, the trees. Get a gauge on whether or not they kind of got this right. This gate is like bombarded with trees. Is this supposed to be the gate? We get inside. So there was the moat before, but now there's like houses. This is where that dude was who was just like frying meat, was like, I can help you if you like upset people. This is Diego's hut. Graves was sitting here. Graham was somewhere around here. I think it was... No, this isn't quite right. He was like in this one, but the door was on this side. So there was like a platformer on the walls. Maybe that just hasn't rendered in. We go along this way. I don't know why there's a scaffold there. We headed down here. This was where we met Mud. This is where Snaff was cooking. 2 hours. It's taken me 4. Here's Finger's hut. I don't know why Fingers didn't make it to the stream tonight. Where's the arena? The arena was right here. Hopefully it renders in later. Scatty was like here. Kareem and whatever the other dude was, they were chilling here. This... Our hut had the awning, but none of these huts have an awning, so I don't think we got a hut this time. What's his name? Fletcher was like hanging around here. Uno had a smith here. That seems to have gone astray. I don't know what this wall is doing here. This is where we... It was like a broken down hut. That's where we got our first meat bugs. This is where Gorn's stash was in the second game. Doesn't seem to be any entry there. Here's the other gate. Alright, nothing else rendered in, so this is no fun. Does someone give me a heads up? Do we actually get to get inside the old camp in this demo? Or is this it? Yes, we know about cooking. We got my first recipe. Hey, man. Hey, man. You know, hey, man is still technically my default follower alert, but it never triggers. So we don't get inside the old camp. That's a shame.
For Inos. I hope it's as good as it smells.
For Inos. I like how it's got cheese. It's got cheese on it, even though cheese isn't in the recipe. Nordmar soup. So it's meat bugs and beer is Nordmar soup.
The final touch to make it delicious.
The final touch. Touch it with your finger. Yeah, I got two recipes. I found a recipe for a scavenger sandwich and apparently Nordmar soup. Which is just beer and bugs.
It's closed. I'll need something to open it.
Okay. So this is locked. I guess they decided something's gonna happen up here. I mean, I can't get over it. Like, it looks like, the environment looks like you should be able to climb over it, and now I'm stuck. But the game just decided you can't. You have to find the key. That's kind of bullshit. Like, I respect games that let you, like, get through things if you have the persistence and are able to find an exploit to get through it. Like, just in the environment. But when they decide, oh no, we don't want them getting there this soon. So the environment has invisible walls to make sure they can't. I didn't know where I found the sandwich. I just found it. It has just appeared in my inventory. I looted something and said, you found recipe for scavenger sandwich. Oh my god, wolves! I can't move. It's so snarly. Like that. Dex. This combat is awful. Like the fact that like both of them were sitting on top of each other, but I could only hit one at a time. That pissed me off. No, this combat is garbage. It's not the worst combat in the world, but it is garbage. Like, this is not what Gothic is about. Gothic is not about, like, oh, you see one prompt, so do the other prompt. That's not the point. This combat is garbage. Do this shit for multiplayer games, not for this. Ugh, I need more wine. Cuddle one more time. I mean, my fucking cat's more cuddly than these bastards. Are there any special effects to these sandwiches that I made? Temporarily increase total vitality. It doesn't seem to restore vitality, does it? Not really clear. It doesn't Doesn't restore, it just increases. Nope, yes. So I can eat a whole bunch of them and just be like, unstoppable! Look at that shit. Wonder how long it lasts, though. Can't fuck with me and my sandwiches! I can see what people mean, like, the game is easier if you don't lock on, because I feel like the enemies don't know what you're doing if you don't lock on. And that would be hilarious if the game was that easily broken. It wouldn't surprise me if there's no mole rats, because they're just going for, like, the most basic, iconic enemies. Like, scavengers are like, oh, it's big birds. Oh, a new sword. Except it's a garbage sword. Alright, so we got at least some familiar territory here. Later on, there'll be Talbot hanging out here, getting eaten by a scavenger. What's his name? Who's the militiaman we find later? Bilgit will be hanging out here. He'll get eaten because he doesn't want to fucking leave. There'll be a dead dragon hunter here later. Be a dragon snapper down there, but for now there should be some blood flies. Stomp! Well, I guess for now there's just a scavenger. I hate how the scavengers look no different than the fucking... He doesn't know what to do if I don't lock on. If I don't lock on, the enemies don't know what to do. Because there's no, like, reading my inputs. That's why locked on, like, focused combat is garbage. Like, I know that's kind of what Gothic 1 and 2 were like. But... respect where it's due, which isn't much. But I'm glad that they didn't just try to do, oh, let's do Dark Souls combat. And just make it difficult and shit like that. Like, they tried something different. But unfortunately, what they tried was essentially just a... We know about bait.
Oh,
What they tried to do was just a rip-off of, like...
wolves eat this crap?
Of For Honor, basically. Which was a game that nobody else tried to rip off because it wasn't that good of an idea. I guess if we had taken the elevator, it would have led down here. Why are there so many elevators, though? Like, you don't need this many elevators. It wasn't even much of a point to having an elevator up there, because nobody could get up there anyway. Who are these weirdos? My God. What is up with the armor with this dude? Looks like a fucking immortal out of fucking 300. That's Bloodwind!
Oh, hi.
What is that weapon?
I didn't expect to see you here. I thought Gomez was going to send Jackal.
Yeah, let's reference all the names.
Jackal has to supervise the South Zone.
Alright,
My turn
at
to
least they gave him
control
kind of
the
like a
North
tunnel
axis. We have
voice.
to change zone. And who the hell is this? Another of your clumsy apprentices? I hope this one at least knows how to hold a sword.
I can defend myself better than you think. Trust me.
Yeah, let's fucking prove it and die.
He's right. So far, he's survived his first day, which is no mean feat. Anyway, are we going to the old camp now?
I still hate
Okay,
Diego.
no, I
This is a
can't
bad
leave yet.
Diego. This is
I have to settle
worse
the
than
check
Gothic
with
3
Drax and
Diego.
Radford as soon as possible. This new cat
Drax and Ratford!
really insistent, you know?
I'll just give them a beer and they'll leave.
Who are Drax and Ratford?
They are new camp hunters who normally work near the north gate of the old camp. And like good new camp scum, they can't be trusted. Yeah. They'll try
Is
to
that the
stab
elite
you
guard armor?
as soon as you turn around.
Is this like the heavy guard armor now? Is just like they look like the immortals from 300. Why is his face so like blurry when he moves?
An old camp soldier in debt to the new camp. Strange, isn't it?
Watch your tongue. I am an old camp guard, not one of your kindergarten friends. I don't have to give you any explanation.
Why is Bloodwind guarding this
I
gate?
need snapper meat and a wolf tusk, that's all. That was the agreement. And the sooner I fulfill it, the sooner I'll forget about it.
What the hell is this?
I
Why is
think
Bloodwind
you've
in debt to like some random fucking dudes from the new
Don't
camp?
worry, Bloodwind. He'll bring you what you owe.
Are you kidding me? This guy could barely kill a cockroach.
Hello, I'm here.
Believe me, he has several hidden virtues.
There's so many
Only
sounds.
needs training, that's all. Have you seen any wolves or snappers nearby?
Yeah, at the top, near the watchtower. I saw a wolf, and around the area, a snapper trying to catch some unsuspecting animal.
Such stupid
is a
quests.
snapper?
We dealt with them. They exist across the entire world, you idiot.
They're a little bigger than the scavengers. Don't worry, I'm sure you can handle them.
Well, actually, the scavengers are the snapper's menu. Anyway, it'll be fun to see what you can do, kid. Bring me the snapper meat and the wolf's tusk.
I'm so upset. Why do they act like we're so stupid? I know what a fucking snapper is. They exist on Murtana. They exist in Verint. They exist in fucking Arcania, for what that's worth. And I have all the shit you fucking need, so why did I go through this whole damn conversation?
You're back. What do you need?
Not you.
Wow, you're back. And in one piece.
I never fucking left.
Wasn't expecting this.
Yes, it's been a very easy mission. It was enough to slay a huge wolf and a killer snapper, and all with this crappy sword.
I told you, this guy has what it takes to do the job.
Good job for a rookie. Take this and remember, you can always come to me at the old camp.
Yeah,
Well,
where you're gonna try
that's very
and
generous
extort
of
me.
you.
Not generous, smart. If you need protection, I can provide it. For a small price. As long as you can afford it, of course.
This intro is way
Bloodwind
too
doesn't
long.
lift a finger if there's no ore involved. That's his philosophy, isn't it?
You're really shoving that in my face. I mean, the lessons we learned on our own
Now
in
I
the
need
first
you to
game
go
are
up to
being
the
shoved
watchtower
down
and
our
extinguish
fucking
the
throat
beacon.
in this
You
fucking
remember
demo.
I'm new here, right? What watchtower?
In the colony, we use old abandoned towers to send messages remotely. A good flame is usually seen many miles away.
That's it. Normally it would be enough to knock on the door, but after the incidents of last night, Gomez has improved the security. And that's why the old camp soldiers will only open the door if they see that signal.
And where's the watchtower?
You can go up the road or take the elevator, as you prefer. It's at the top, near where Bloodwind sorts.
That light's already on!
Once you're there, you can use this key.
His textures have to reload every time he disappears from the camera. I don't know. Like, Bloodwind might be black. He looks kind of dark, but everything looks dark in this fucking area. Yeah, I think they did go black skin with him. I mean, there's more diversity in this fucking game already than there was in Elix, to be fair. Why the fuck is there so much busy work just to get to the fucking old camp? I just went through the rocks. Oh, I remember P-Tech. Who was that? Oh, who was that? He definitely had a white. He had like a white face and white hair, but the rest of his body was black. He was one of the old camp guards. Who the fuck was he? It was hilarious. Well, there was no woman being like shunted down the fucking elevator in this game. Who was it? No, oh, it was the guy. It was what's his name? Not Darius. He was the first guy you meet in the old mine. He's named after the Greek dude, Drake. Okay, Drake. It wasn't named after a Greek dude. Yeah, Drake. He had like just whitest face and blackest skin. That was hilarious. I'm glad they got rid of the invisible walls, like, all of a sudden. Like, we could just walk off that bridge. And again, like, all the noises for all the quests have to happen before the game loads. I mean, to be fair, in Gothic 1, like, I'm all for diversity and whatever, because I like a diverse range of casts and characters and whatnot. But it made sense that the only women in the colony would have been fucked over, as horrifying as it is. And I feel like that's kind of like a plot point they should have developed further, like Gomez kind of like exploiting women, because the only women who would have been sent here to a colony that was 99% men would not have had a good time. Yeah, to be fair. I mean, Diego's not really doing us any good. He's just telling us, oh yeah, this guy's great. He can do anything. He can lift a fucking mountain with his left hand and, like, fucking fight wolves with his, like, left nut. And then it's just like, okay, we have to do all this shit. It's like, you're fucking the leader of the shadows. Can't you just tell him to open the fucking gate for us? And just tell me to fucking do things with fucking monsters again. I mean, man, Speed Tree had a fucking field day today. I will say, in terms of perspective, it looks very equivalent to the Gothic 1 colony. There's just more rocks in the way. And I'm okay with, like, woods, because, like, who... In a way, yeah. Like, woods would not have been this dense in the colony, because they would have started cutting them all down for firewood. My god, this wine is awful. They would have started cutting down the trees for firewood and shit. So the woods would not be this dense. But woods are a good way to kind of fill in sparse foliage. There's Zardus' tower. We can see that from here, at least. That's pretty cool. Oh. There we go. Camera on. Meow. Let's go to Zardus' tower. I'm so glad. Like, this game would have been 0 out of 10 if they didn't have Marvin mode as, like, an option. But the fact that they have that makes it at least a 2 out of 10. And it looks like Zardus' tower. It's got spikes. I guess the environment, like the environment around it, maybe not so much. I don't see any sign of, like, the golems in the, like, hallways that we have to pass through. From this, like, perspective, it looks like something out of Gothic 3, I guess. Like, the lack of collision between, like, different environmental objects. But, yeah, I mean, we're, like, a million miles away. We're not even supposed to be able to see this yet. So, it is what it is. It is very close to the old camp. I don't know. We're gonna have to play some Gothic 1 and, like, unlock the view distance and play with like the free camera to see how well the environment really matches up. I don't believe Zardoz' tower is that close to the old camp. I'm not sure where this tower is. That doesn't look familiar. The tower near like the Orc Shrine, but like everything else out here does not look that familiar. So some of this might have been like a placeholder, just say like, oh, you're in the demo. Hey, remember that? That's Zardoz' tower. Remember that? There's the other tower. Remember that? And then everything in the distance is so, like, distant. We see anything in the swamp camp yet? There's no water. I mean, there's the river, I guess. We see the old monastery. There's no monastery. I mean, the water is just like all splotchy. Yeah, the monastery doesn't exist. They just like, or like, here's some fog. Yeah, so we obviously aren't getting to the swamp camp. If we can't even get to the new camp, we're not getting to the... Can't even get to the old camp, we're not getting to the swamp camp. So, whatever. I give them a lot of credit for leaving the debug menu, like, enabled. So many developers would have made sure to disable that before anyone could play it. Just so you couldn't see what we just saw. So I respect them for letting us see the seams of what they've developed. The boundaries of everything they've been able to do. As many gripes as I have with them, I respect them for letting us just see everything. Alright, so we need to... Well, we need to quench the fire. Don't go near the forest. Yeah, I get that, PTAC. I guess it depends on what Drax and Ratford say this time around. At the end of the day, I don't think we can just judge the entire game based on what the first game did. It's based on not only what the first game did and how much they respect what the first game did, but whether or not it makes sense in the reboot perspective. So, for example, I hate this character. This dude looks like a douche. I don't see them making this a sympathetic or relatable character in any way. Because he's a really obnoxious asshole. He's not, like, respectable. He's not, like, such a confident asshole as the first character was. He's just obnoxious. So he's not a relatable character in any way. But maybe something will happen later that makes me like him more. But I don't see that happening. What I need is a meat-face Mike Hoga type character with like a really soft-spoken voice who is like very meek and yet can be played in a very self-confident, like ridiculous way. But I don't see that happening. It's absolutely 100% a reboot. Like they're not even denying that. This is a reboot. It's a complete reimagining of the series. And they reimagined it in the most horrible way. Look at the clouds. These clouds are awful. What was this supposed to be? There was formerly a very, like, wooden bridge here, going to that stony arch over there that didn't go to anything. I like how it knows you're dead before you even jump. You're free to explore surroundings. Can't beat them, enhance your skills, acquire potions, and better equipment, and come back later. Or just jump off a ledge and die. We'll try to fight Bloodwind, don't worry. I could take a reboot by somebody who actually respected the game. It was just like, alright, how do we make Gothic everything it was, but with every advancement that today's technology has to offer? This is not it. Because this is barely respectable for like a 360 launch title. And, like, it's not even crappy enough to be good enough for a Gothic game. Which is a hilarious statement to make. I just fucking moonwalked and stomped on that thing. So there's no getting over there. Yeah, this game's coming out just in time for like the PS5, and it doesn't even look like a PS3 game. I'm not even trying to like take a shit on it like visually, but visually it is fucking hideous. I realize the more I fucking stream this game, the more I commentate on it, the less THQ Nordic is gonna give me a fucking review copy of any game in the future. So I am never gonna be a respectable YouTube video game journalist, but this is what we're dealing with. As somebody who adores Gothic and respects even Gothic 3 for more than it deserves, this game should have been so much better. Where did the staircase used to lead? Whatever happened here? What was this supposed to do? Why is there a staircase here just leading into the side of another staircase? What is even supporting this fucking tower at this point? It's all falling apart. If I step on this, it would all fall over. Learn your fucking architecture. Now let me quash this with my fucking hands. Yeah, I'm sure that crank won't be hot at all. The fire signal. Quest complete. The gates are open. Yeah, because water's too conventional. You have to have this whole fucking, like, weird-ass mechanism just to quench a fire. Dan Bonaldi. This is not Arcania. Somehow it's even worse. Somehow. I'm so upset. Boing. He just walks randomly. You get near certain objects or certain parts of the environment and he just starts walking. There's no level up. I'm sure that's just a... It's just a facet of... like, this being a demo. Like, they made sure you couldn't level up because they didn't have, like, a level up system enabled. It is not Piranha Bytes. It is a brand new studio. Dan Benaldi, let's break your childhood a little bit here. So, Piranha Bytes is now owned by THQ Nordic. Nordic Games bought out all the THQ licensees a few years ago. They also bought out all the Joe Wood licensees many years before. THQ Nordic now owns Piranha Bytes because they bought them as a studio. And evidently afterwards decided, let's take the Gothic franchise that we now own in its entirety and give it to a brand new studio that we just opened with people who I have no idea if they even have any game development experience. And said, let's reboot a franchise that all of Europe absolutely adores. And that studio evidently decided, let's make Skyrim with Uncharted, like, cutscenes. And what other fucking games did we compare this to? The Witcher, like, post effects. It's so bad. It's so bad. Everything about this is wrong. The only part they got right was this little stretch of fucking road here. We got the old sword here. We picked it up here. Went up here, we got the pickaxe. At least we had that. It's more like Skyrim, yeah. But at the same time, the combat, they decided, let's make the combat, which I can't even demonstrate because the combat doesn't work without an enemy. They decided, let's make the combat basically for honor, but not multiplayer, so it's even stupider. Yeah, they have no skills yet, so that's why you can't level up. Which I understand that. That's probably why thieving skills, open locks, is just, you automatically have that at 100%. Based on this menu alone, they obviously intend lockpicking to be a developable skill. But because they haven't developed the skill yet, they just give you 100% straight off the bat. Diego's on top? Brother? What do you mean? Well, what you mean? Oh, Diego's up there? Why is Diego up there? Why is he waiting up there? Diego just decides to be wherever, like, he fucking wills himself to be. At top of the elevator? Why is he up there? At least there's animations for these things. I feel like Gothic 3 prototypes wouldn't have even bothered for animations for things like elevators. I mean, even fucking Elix barely bothered. No, Elix bothered. Elix had elevators. Risen 3 couldn't even be bothered to make a fucking ladder climb animation. At least Diego has a cape. Diego, you suave motherfucker. And demo finished game. Why are you gesturing at me? What? What is happening? Is that it? That's That's it? Alright, here's some music. Look at him acting casual.
Welcome to your new home, rookie. And this is just the beginning.
Oh god, I hope it remains just the beginning. God, even the music was awful. God, I need a napkin. I have spilled my wine. That was not good. I know. I really didn't. Villainous, I really didn't. And I'm not ashamed of that. This game was awful. This demo was awful. Nothing about this resembled Gothic in any way. This game was not good. This is a bad game. Jeez, I gotta lower the volume. Alright, let's sit and think about this for a minute. Reinhard Paulus, you asshole! You've been there since Joe Wood. You fucked up Piranha Bytes since the beginning. You can't believe you're still with the fucking company. He's definitely not giving me a review code now. That's for damn sure. I just realized how much, like, my channel is like 100% or like 99% dedicated to Piranha Bytes, like, coverage in their games and shit. So much of it depends on this company existing. I've been shitting all over them this entire evening. They're never gonna give me a fucking review code for this game or any game they make in the future. I'm just shit-talking them so much. Oh god. Dan, spare yourself. It's so bad. Let's sit here for a minute. I know, but at the same time, I want them to send me free games. I just want to be able to like play the games like some kind of credibility and not have to wait until post-release and pay for their fucking Al figurines. Pay for their fucking collector's edition and not get them for like 2 months. Until after the game was released. Fucking Elix cost me like $200 fucking dollars. Because I paid for their fucking collector's edition. They didn't have enough copies to actually send me one, so I bought another version on fucking GOG. Look at this asshole. It's not even that good. This fucking asshole. You piece of shit. Look at that tiny hand. Look at that tiny hand. I mean, it's alright. But I hate the whole collector's. Let me go get that. Fuck you. No, they heard what I was saying, so they didn't give me the fucking survey. Anyway, so I got this thing. Honestly, in a weird way, I almost thought this would make it before the fucking, like, digital copy did. So I got this thing. Copy of Elix. Let's see. What do I got? I gave the digital Steam code to a buddy of mine. My hands are so janky today. We got the art book. Oh my god, this is all falling apart. This is a DVD copy. I don't need that. I guess it's like a concept art book. Looks like 1,000 times better than the game actually did. Pretty cool, I guess. But I had the fucking pendant that came with it. Where the hell that is? I can't even open this. Oh my god. I can't even open this. There we go. Alright. There's a DVD copy. There's like a canvas map that came with it. I never even looked at this thing. I never even opened this. This is pretty cool. I mean, it's tiny. That's pretty cool. You know, it's the whole map of the game. You got Ignadon, Abessa, Edan, all the good stuff. It all looks the fucking same on this map because it's all brown. And they got this fucking thing, the Crony pendant. Look how fucking tiny this fucking necklace is. How is that meant to fit over my fucking neck? Who's supposed to wear this fucking thing? I can wear it on my wrist. What is this thing? Who's meant to be able to fucking wear that thing? A fucking joke. Send me a link to the survey? Yeah, please. I mean, I don't know if I want to take the fucking survey. I'm gonna be so upset. I'm not even sure it's big enough for that praxis. My goodness. I mean, it's 8 fucking 30. I didn't think it would take me 4.5 hours to get through this fucking shit. Ladies and gentlemen, Jesus Christ. I can't believe that's the future we have to envision for Gothic. I'm so upset right now. Yeah, that'll do, TCAF, but I think I need to play it a few more times. Maybe with a bit of a more sober perspective to really understand how upset I am about this. I need to ask my friend from World of Elix. I feel like he's gotten a I feel like he might have gotten a like advanced copy of this. I wonder if he can still secure me a review code because he wasn't able to do it for Elix. Yeah, let's do that. Fuck it. Let's reload the game. I mean, what's the point? We could fight. What's his name? Whatever that dude's name was, the first dude. When we lost, what was the point? Yeah, we can try fighting him. Just for the hell of it. Alright, well, while that launches, I'll be right back. Yeah, that's kind of the issue, PTAC, is that people still want a reboot slash remake slash whatever. They're afraid to disparage this game too much they'll be canceled. They're more afraid of a canceled Gothic remake than a bad Gothic remake, which is weird. But just everything about this, like, it seems enough that they, like, just played through the intro of the game. We're like, let's embellish this as much as we can. Like, they understood the environment of, like, the opening of the game. And just didn't understand, like, what the game was about. So that's the thing. I'm okay with them continuing development as long as they don't continue to develop this. Just start over. Because this was wrong. It is wrong. This is bad. You did this wrong. Let's go fucking... What happens if we try to kill Diego? Oh, I can't. Doesn't even let me draw a sword near Diego. Diego's too important. And again, I could deal with this game aesthetically if the hero didn't look like such a fucking douche. And if all the characters kind of resembled their former personalities. But as it is, this game is no good. And if the combat resembled just a more responsive, real-time kind of combat than what we actually have here, this is not good. Look at Bloodwind. How many fucking hit points he has? Like how he doesn't actually need to, like, respond to my inputs. He just, like, automatically blocks it. He's just, like, already in the right posture, even if he's in a different posture. Meow, meow. Ow. And, you know, again, credit where it's due. I don't like this combat, but it is fairly responsive if you know what you're doing. I just dislike it. Not a fan at all. I wish there was, like, more of a way to, like, juke out the enemy than there is, but there's really not. Just kind of like, you gotta respond to the enemy and hope that they don't respond to you. Now I'm dead.
You won't see the light of day.
Yeah, no shit, I'm dead. It's just not good. It's not good combat. It's bad combat. Yeah, we've been fucking around in Marvin mode. There's not much to see. I see that they got kind of the landscape in some perspectives, they got it very consistent with the original. But in a lot of ways, they didn't. Like, let's try and invoke our Gothic memories here. And most Samo80, thank you for following. Let's unlock the camera here. Nope, incorrect. Marvin. Free. Not that many freeze. Cam on. That's not correct. Was it? What? How it do? Camera on. There we go. All right. So let's take some perspective here. Let's roll down this path like we're going on our way to the old camp. Come down here. This gate was never here before. Bloodwind was in the fucking camp. Come down here. Oh. I mean, it's already spoiled. So let's pretend this isn't here. We come down here. There's fucking Drax and Ratford and some scavengers over there. We got the dudes at the bridge to the old camp over here. But then it's just fucking, there's this. They did not, like, add any of the environment in between. It's just fucking trees. Look at this shit. This is bad. This is a bad game. Let's start exploring the old camp like we did before, but I kind of gave up. What is that? What is that gyrating shadow? Is that flag? I mean, it looks like the dude's just waving a chode, but... Alright, so Scorpio was like hanging around here. We come in here. Alright, Raven's hanging around. Here's Gomez. There's Scar. Steal his sword. Be called a little bitch. Go this way. Okay, over here, we got fucking guy who makes the armor. This wasn't here before. This roof wasn't here. It was a broken fucking ledge. Fisk is over here. Whistler's over here. Got the guy who was just like, yeah, I killed 3 people in one night just like that. Ha ha ha. I'm a tough ass. We got the dude who was just like, man, people run through my hut. Every idiot. And then over here is Cavalorn somewhere. We can't see him because there's too many fucking trees. How far can we go? I don't know, like... Once you get beyond the boundaries of the old camp, like, there's no perspective anymore. It's just rocks. And, like, environment for the sake of environment. And, you know, I'm okay with the idea that the old camp is, like, different. It gives you new things to explore. I like some things being the same, because it's a remake. You kind of expect some things, like, okay, I can turn this corner and know who to find. But at the same time, if we're playing a reboot of a game, we kind of want things to be a little bit different. We'd like to be able to explore new things. But, it's just, I mean, they obviously didn't develop anything beyond this. It's not done yet. This game is not ready to release. They put these things here knowing that people would want to look for them and would expect to see them. And without them, people would be very upset. So I have to... When I make this critique video, I have to judge the game based on what's here and what I don't expect them to resolve. And just really try to give the best honest opinion while still encouraging them to do the right thing. It's a target month. Like every project that gets developed is like, we want you to finish by this date, this month, whatever. And they're like, okay, we'll develop that with our timeline. And then like a year ahead of time, they're like, okay, are you on track to succeed at this date? And the developer's like, no! And hopefully at this point, they're like, no! Because this game does not resemble. You don't have like the branching fucking like river. It only goes one way. It's supposed to go both ways. And on the other side, you find Chromanin. But it only goes one way, so you don't find chromanin. Because what has become separate does not become one again. Or whatever the fuck that riddle was. I don't know. If they try to address the fans, they're never going to get an answer. And that's the problem. Like, I hate to be like such a dick about that, but if they only listen to the fans want a million different things. If they only listen to the fans, they're never going to get an answer. So they have to take some liberties with it. And I respect that. I just don't understand why they went the route of like founding a new studio, giving them this as their first task, with no guidance whatsoever. How were they meant to do this? Like, I have no disdain for THQ Barcelona, because this is a tall fucking order. There's so much they have to get right here, and they are doomed from the start. I don't know, because THQ Nordic is such a weird entity to me. I'm probably going to get, like, fucking whacked for this, but I've made the statement more than once that I think THQ Nordic might be a very elaborate money laundering scheme. Because they are such a weird company that they are able to spend so much money and make none of it back. Because they make such low-budget games, but they buy out so many, like, well-known properties. They own THQ, they own Red Faction, they own all Joe Wood properties, they own... What else do they own? They own fucking Nova Logic, who was like my childhood. I love the Delta Force games. They own them now. They buy out so many properties. They own Darksiders. They spend so much money, and they barely develop any games. And the games they do develop are not good. How do they have this much money? They have to be, like, endorsed by the mob or something. So I'm probably going to get... If I don't post within the next week or so, just rest assured that I have been whacked because I have unveiled a corporate secret. I'm not surprised they're developing Saints Row. That was like one of... When THQ itself was dying, Saints Row was one of its like last like successful properties, and that's why they went ahead with what was it? Agents of Misfortune or whatever the hell it was called. I don't remember the name of it. But that was like their last like ditch effort as THQ. And it got redeveloped, I think, when when Nordic bought it out. What the hell was the name of that game? It's like Agents of something. Yeah, and they own Red Faction. They came out with like the Red Faction Guerrilla remastered. Like, THQ Nordic has been all about remastering properties that they bought out. They remastered both Darksiders. They remastered Red Faction. They've done so much. They could have just remastered Gothic with no reboot intentions, no new things, just been like, they could have just remastered it. Put it to the Unreal Engine, made everything the same, kept the same voice lines, kept the same like quest progression, everything. Even kept the bugs, and we all would have loved it. We all would have paid for it. Let's be honest. We all would have bought it. Even those of us who would have shit on it later would have loved it. But they did this. They tried too hard. They wanted to reboot it. They do not have the budget for that. EA could not have, like, funded a reputable studio to remake this game, to our satisfaction. This tried too hard, and it failed because of it. Any game could have tried less and failed just as hard. I don't know what they could have done to do this right. There are so many things they tried to do, and just, it did not work. I honestly think they should. But they should respect what it is. It is not a high-budget game. And they won't accept that. Because they want to break out in the AAA market, and they just cannot do that. Because they do not have the budget to hire those studios. They have the budget in general, but they will not throw all that budget into a single game. And Gothic is not the game to redeem them. I don't know what to make of this. I want a Gothic sequel, a Gothic reboot to succeed, but this is... So much has gone wrong here, and they work so hard on this. Look at all this! Even things you can't access are so detailed. But everything is so wrong. I mean, I guess it's not that detailed. I mean, look at this. It's just a fucking red tarp. You got floating ass, like, fucking... things up here. Like, what is this? This is the fucking elevator we started on. Here's a spiral on it. Come down here. There's where it started. Here's where the cutscene ended. Here's where we fell off and we're like hanging out. We're like, ah! And here's where we fell and like boxes fell on us. And here's like, ah! And here's where we landed and then more things fell on us. Ah! And then we woke up here. Look at this shit. There's things under the ground. Like they tried so hard. But do not have the talent or the budget to do this. I mean, this looks like it was built on the fucking Morrowind construction set. Just look at this shit. It's just... all the environment, it's not like placed. It was stretched out of like a static environment. And then they put some fucking rocks on top of it. But I hate that because this game could have done so much better. I never had much faith in a Gothic like reboot or sequel or anything to begin with, but it just upsets me that it went so horribly wrong. Like normally, like even with Elex, like I understand, like I can see the Gothic, I can see the Parental design behind it. With this game, there's like almost nothing other than like the consequences of that first quest, but there's no guarantee that that kind of thing will continue throughout the rest of the game. Like, they might have had that kind of good idea for the one quest of the one fucking demo. But who knows if they'll be able to carry that kind of like consideration and like dedication throughout the entire game. When they're clearly trying to make it so much bigger than what it was. The survey on stream. Let me find it. Oh God, this is a bad idea. Where is it? All right. Let's try it. I don't have anything questionable in these tabs, do I? Nah. All right, 20. What am I? No, I'm 28. Casual. What does it even mean? How do you quantify this? Yes, please. Them, that, and the other. Gothic deuce. Done that. One or two of those. Yeah, see, For Honor. Like, they threw that in. It's the only multiplayer game in this. So, obviously, they drew inspiration for that. That's a bad idea. Dark Souls is not among these. What else? What other action fucking games are among these. I mean, Mountain Blade is the only other like multiplayer game they have on here. This, that, I guess those. I don't play too many shooters, but I'll include that. I don't play any MMOs. Those. Why is phones an option? This is not a mobile game. That. Yes. The visuals are awful. They are bad. Animation's almost as bad. User interface is awful. I'm surprised you're even asking that. It doesn't even look like you finished it. Sounds are not good. They're okay, I guess. Music is whatever. Not my favorite. Voice acting is awful! Controls are awful! Combat system is awful! It's a 40. It is below average, by far. Reinterpret the plot? It was not good. I don't understand the plot. Who attacked the fucking lift? Why would anybody attach the fucking exchange center? That's where all the commerce comes into the colony. Even the people who steal from it depend on fucking goods coming in through the exchange center. This is the question. I want a Gothic reboot to succeed. This is not the fucking Gothic reboot that I want. Couch actually enjoyed this? This was bad! It was so bad! Yes, I want a Gothic remake, just not this! Are these words? These have to be words, right? That's a word. What else do I want to say? let's be real here. If there's any one thing they're gonna read, it's gonna be this last comment. So let's try and be sincere. Let's try and make this as succinct and as educational as possible. I will take a reboot if it really like if it takes the lessons of Gothic, like everything that is Gothic, and just broadens it, makes it better, like just emphasizes the strengths of it and stops trying to imitate so many other games that nobody even liked to begin with. Like this combat that just fucking imitates For Honor that nobody even liked to begin with. It's not even a competitive game anymore. It was only a multiplayer game. Why are you trying to make it a single player game? Anybody, give me some fucking insights. Like, please. I want this to do right. Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. Like, they're only going to listen to, like, the very binary choices in this fucking survey. What else can we say? I'm worried about this. Like, I'm gonna have my fucking video essay by the end of the week, but this has to be, like, complete and sincere in everything. Consider the original. Do not try and imitate multiplayer games. Combat is sluggish, AI inconsistent, plot not faithful to the original. Hero is not relatable or likable. Diego is such a weirdo. Learn lessons from RPGs such as Witcher and Fallout, but do not imitate them. Stop trying to be so cinematic. Less. I'm gonna try and summarize, like, Val, what you emphasize is a mistake that this game makes in more than one kind of front, which is that they put so much emphasis on the lore just as soon as you get in there. So, like, they try and explain who Innos, Beliar, and Adnos, or Adanos, are before you even get into the game. I don't know if that makes any sense the way I'm trying to phrase it, though. But that's the thing, they won't get that because Crash and Spyro are not RPGs, so they won't understand, like, what that means. I guess, what's the word? Like, you don't want them, they're beating you over the face with the lore as soon as you get in. So what's that mean? Stop being so in your face with the lore. What's a more English way to phrase that? Overt, obtuse. Your face. Yeah, that's a good word for it. Expositional. It's not a word that Google recognizes, but whatever. Yeah, they're the same game. I mean, I know, like, people got pissed off with Crash for being, like, too based on the physics of, like, Crash 3, and it didn't work in, like, the first game, but whatever. What I hate is that they played the game enough to be like, we can imitate the environment, We know, like, the characters that you meet and whatnot, but... Spread it out. Maybe they're just trying to get, like, newcomers to care too much. I don't know. Even though they only gave this game to owners of classic games. Yeah, that's the thing. It can be totally different. I have faith that a Gothic reboot can be better than even Elix was. And Elix wasn't even that great. I mean, look at this fucker. He's not that great. Look at his stupid sword and his stupid little hand. Stupid little hand. But I'm sure that a Gothic reboot can be great, but this is just bad. So I loved, maybe this is just me. You British folks, like, try and maybe argue with me on this, but, like, I loved how the English localization had all American voice actors, and they're all so weird. I mean, not all English, like Kevlarn and some characters had British voices, but I loved how they're all just like the sect camp were all like Baptist preachers, and the new camp were all like kind of thugs. And they were like the occasional like New York or like Boston kind of like mobster types. I love that shit. But they're all just like British, like Cockney accents and all these like, you know, high fantasy weirdos. It's just not that good. Like, I love the fact that it's the only like fantasy game where you hear a character who just sounds like sounds like he's out of like the fucking what's that movie? Like not The Departed. What was that movie? Like the Banjo Kid in fucking what the hell was the name of it? Deliverance. They all just sound like fucking hillbillies. Not Slav English, it's fucking redneck hillbilly English. It was so great. Like, Iberian sounded like a fucking Baptist minister. And that was like what made the Sleeper like so great. It was like a cult based around some like demon, but it was all in the name of like, praise the Lord Jesus! And that kind of thing. It was like so great. I mean, to be fair, Missile Gun, like, my ass got kicked until we got a better weapon, which is kind of what, like, Gothic 1 was about, so in that sense, I got it right, but the combat itself was just garbage. I don't like it. It worked, and that's what I hate to say, is it worked, because you knew what you were doing, and it worked, but I don't like it. I do not like that combat. I'm okay with the difficulty setting, but I just don't understand how it would work in this situation because it's all based on just adjusting your character to reflect the posture of your enemy. And it's all based on prompts because none of them telegraph what they're doing. I don't like that's a complaint a lot of people had with Risen is like the lack of telegraphing. And I don't believe telegraphing is a good sign of a good combat system. But in a game like this that is all based on posture, you cannot comprehend what your opponent is doing. Therefore, I just have no idea, like, without the prompts, like, without the up arrow, the left arrow, the right arrow, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. So that is just a fundamentally flawed combat system for anything that is not multiplayer. It makes sense for a multiplayer game, like For Honor. But this is not a multiplayer game. The AI does whatever it wants and responds to you however it chooses. So it is a flawed system. Spike and all the post effects are bad. Because they lumped them all into a single visual option. did not work on any of them, don't let you adjust any of them. So it's hard to critique any one of them because any of them that don't work are all lumped in the same option. You can't like play around and decide which one works and which one needs to improvement and whatever. They're all bad just because they're all lumped in a single option. Ugh. You can turn them off in the INI file. Well, I'm not going through that much fucking effort. All right, let's get some more. Look at this and give me some more critiques I can offer them. They're obviously gonna read this. I don't know if they're gonna see my fucking video critique at the end of the week. Intrusive. There we go. Google doesn't believe that's a word, but that's a word. Intrusive. Intrusive. Okay, that's not a word, I guess. No, Kingdom Come sucked, though. I hate Kingdom Come. Alright, let's try and... Combat sluggish, AI consistent, Diego is such a weirdo. Let's... Combat should be responsive, reflexive, based on player reaction and very action forward. Current combat is based too much on positioning, reacting to prompts on screen, and not skill-based or reactive in any way. So that's the thing. I hate to criticize them for cutscenes because I feel like that's the kind of thing that can always be improved later. But at the same time, I made that argument for games like Elex and Risen 3 and Risen 2, and they never got better. So if nobody holds their feet to the fire for things like cutscenes, they won't improve. I loved the American accents of the original game cast, especially the Baptist type mannerisms of the sect camp. Obviously, we did not get exposed to any of the sect camp members in this demo, but I hope they preserve that. Remember, every one of your voices is being heard on this one comment, so let's try and get all of our opinions kind of homogenized into a single post here. I said Gothic prequel. I actually don't want that. I want a remake. Not happening, Val, especially because I don't even remember my own password at this point. Also, was Final Fantasy 14 doing like a free like month or something like that? Because they are doing that, then I might actually like indulge. About time I give that game a look. He talks too much. Too much. What's the word for that? Like too much introspection or something like that. Only for past subscribers, that sucks. That's the thing. Kai Rosenkranz, I don't even know what he's doing anymore. Like, he did a few games. He won't even stream anymore. He won't make his fucking album that he paid for. Kai, I love you. Please make your album. I paid like $30 for it. I want my fucking album. Mobster mannerisms of the old camp guards. Prologue is tutorial focused. Let the player learn and make mistakes. That's a shame. Might have to forward you another free month then. What else do we need to do with this game? What else do we need to do with this fucking demo to improve it? Oh my god, look at this perspective. It looks so much different. I have to... Nope. Look how much different the game looks from this perspective. How much more color there is. How much more bronze there is. There's like bronze rings around it. The tree is like more gray and blue and shit. But once you get out of range of like all the post effects, the game actually looks better. Once you're down here, like, all the blue filter and everything comes into effect and makes the game look worse. I mean, to be fair, it looks like they built this entire ring out of copper, and copper starts to turn blue when it oxidizes. Let's be real here. The color scheme is not that great. But at the same time, I feel... Alright, let's start playing around. We're in free mode here. It doesn't really matter. Start playing around with some of the visual options. Turn the processing all the way up. Turn everything all the fucking way up. See what we end up with. Does the game look better? No, everything still looks like fucking shade with blue. The motion blur is awful. It looks like fucking... What was that game I played? Betrayer. But with a blue filter instead of a red filter. Look how foggy everything is! Let's get out of range of, like, everything here. Like, none of that fog was there without the post effects on. Look at this shit! It looks horrendous! The post effects are terrible. They just turned everything blue. What else can we criticize? Like, there's so much going wrong here, but I feel like we're talking in such broad strokes. We really need to emphasize, like, the things that they can and should improve. Post effects are gaudy. Are a gaudy eyesore. Tone down the blue filter and fog effects. Rely on good texture quality over bloom. What other post effects are there? Bloom. Scroll up for your feedback. Where's your feedback? Try your best to figure out what people enjoyed about the original, but that's so vague. They're not going to get that. They're just going to play the original game and be like, okay, I think we get it. And they're like, no, you're not, because you didn't play this game 20 fucking years ago. Overbloom. Vignette. Over post effects, whatever. They're not gonna fucking read this anyway. Yeah, they played the original. You know who? You know, I fucking played. What did I play? I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know anything about my life anymore. I'm out of alcohol. I'm very upset. Aiming for 2021. Yeah, that's a bad idea. All right. What do you say? You have 60 seconds. I'll give you 120 seconds. 2 fucking minutes to add anything to this here. If you can't give me anything else, I'm going to submit this, and then I'm going to work on the rest of the week. There's not going to be, I'm going to be frank, there's not going to be a Gothic 2 video at the end of this week. So I'm going to work on a, like, very thorough, a very emphatic critique of this demo. And that's all I'm going to work on this week. I don't care about that, PTAC. Like, I understand, like, consoles are a thing nowadays, and people have to worry about that. I don't even care if the UI is consoleized, but it's just a bad game fundamentally. So there's so much that has to be worked on. And I have to be sincere. Like, understand, this game it cannot just launch on PC. It has to launch on PS4 and Xbone. Maybe the Switch. I doubt they're going to release on Switch, let's be honest. But, like, I understand, like, the UI will probably be the part of it that suffers the most for us. But let's be real here. Gothic 1 was supposed to release on consoles. And that's why the UI was so, like, multi-input based. And that's why it was so clunky, because it did not work out that way. It should, but even Bethesda won't do that anymore. Like, Bethesda, as far back as Oblivion, had like an 8-button, like, fucking UI scheme because of the gamepad that had the 8-button, like, 8-directional D-pad. So, like, I've just kind of gotten used to that at this point. I understand, like, games are like that nowadays. Chronobytes have actually been better than that because they still have the 1 through 0 quick bar, but if you have the gamepad plugged in, they've revamped it to the 1 through 8 D-pad. Like, they get it. As many problems as they have with their console ports, they get how the fucking UI works. That's a good point, Face Commander. The environment should reflect monster habitats to make exploration more sensible. So the player knows when they encounter some enemies, they should come back later. It's a very good point. I don't know how to phrase that. I'm no poet or a linguist of any kind, but that makes sense to me. Let's think about this. Would I want you to continue to develop it and release it as a full game? Not this. Disable invisible walls and let for any kind of tunnelization. That's not a word. Or disable invisible walls, and let players explore at their will and endure the consequences of their curiosity. What is the one thing that all remakes have had in common, Val? Climbing should be freely based on environment and... No, that's not a good way to phrase it. Use the low poly models? No, that doesn't qualify. Because they're not making low poly models for this game. That's something for like a remaster. Because like I'm trying to think of like I didn't play a lot of classic games back in the day. I didn't play a lot of Final Fantasies. I didn't play like Shadow of the Colossus when it first came out. I didn't play fucking Resident Evil or Silent Hill or anything, but I played a lot of these games when they came out with their like remastered versions. Shadow of the Colossus, the remake, was a 1-to-1 remake. Everything was the same. It was just remade on a better engine with higher quality. And it was exactly the same. It just looked better, it behaved better, it was more stable and everything. And like that was fine. But that was an adventure game. You cannot do that with an RPG. People playing the same RPG with the same bugs and the same weirdness and the same like oddities are just like, people are not going to be okay with that. They're like, all right, you spent all this time trying to make the remastered version. They're going to expect it to be better. But at the same time, you try too hard to make it better. You try to make it different. People are not going to like it. The people who like the original are not going to like it. The people who are unfamiliar with the original are going to see too much of what kind of pushed them away in the first place. I didn't care if Ori drinks less. I just don't understand why Ori had to be like kind of the gatekeeper of sorts. He was just kind of like a dude who was there who told you like what's going on. That's fine. And the same thing with Ratford and Drax. And why is Bloodwind at another fucking gate? Why are there 2 fucking gates on the path to the fucking exchange place? What does the second one do? Why is that even there? And why is Diego so fucking useless? I have many times envisioned a Gothic remake. I feel like I could do okay if I was like the creative director, but I have no game experience whatsoever. I could not develop it myself. Oh, I just wish like I was in a position where like people would listen to me and be like, okay, you're our like playtester in chief. Is this game good enough? I'd be like, no, it's not. I don't like this bit. And they're like, all right, we'll fix that bit. A mole in the old camp? Yeah, like somebody obviously blew the whistle, but I just don't understand why did the exchange place explode? It didn't. No, nobody benefits from the exchange place like being destroyed. It was all just done to make it more cinematic. Did I say that opening is too cinematic? Or did I say that? I said something about that. Opening the original game emphasized the player character's insignificance, making his rise to power and fame more exciting. How about that? Anyone got a better way to phrase that? No, there's a barrier to be seen, missile gun. It's just, it makes the sky look wavy, and that's about it. Let's take a look. Like, there's your barrier. It's just very warbly. It's not, like, streaked with lightning, so it's not as cool. Listen, we can get up here. Let's look at what the fuck is going on up here. Why is everything still floating? But that doesn't make sense, TKF. Like, the Sleeper is not trying to destroy the colony. The Sleeper wants, like, the colony to continue to exist. It's just, like, hanging out, and it's just like, alright, I want, like, more followers eventually and all this shit. Destroying access to the colony, destroying its access to prisoners that could eventually become its followers is not in its, like, ideals. I mean, that's the barrier. Like, the barrier is the replacement for the skybox in this game, and that's not cool. It's unacceptable. Can we get beyond it and see an actual skybox? Yeah, there was an actual skybox beyond it, so... credit where that's due. At least it made an actual barrier, and it's not just a glorified skybox. But the barrier itself needs to be more distinctive, and it needs to be more exciting. That's kind of like what made the barrier so great in the first game, was every time there was a storm or something like that, the barrier really stood out, but otherwise it didn't. Like, it just looked like the sky until you walked too close to it. Yeah, I love the barrier in the first game. Like, I never really liked the grayscale, like, sepia tone kind of barrier, like, filter over the colony in the first game that people seem to adore. But I loved the effects of the barrier. Like, in the different environmental circumstances, like if it was stormy or something like that. That was really cool. There's a place to get to? I doubt it, because they put invisible walls everywhere they don't want you to go. So if they don't want you to get near the barrier, they're going to put a fucking invisible wall there. Unless there's like a console command where I can make the hero come wherever the camera is. What's weird to me is like how much stuff they put out here, considering so much of it wasn't meant to be seen. I just don't understand, like, where they half-assed it. Like, all this shit. Why is there still debris just floating here? Like, all this stuff that was in the cutscene just did not disappear. I just don't get it. And the fucking clouds. The clouds disappear when you get close to it, but when they're this far away, they're just like two-dimensional fucking, like, a Doom 3D all over again. Looks so bad. How far can we go through the world? Okay, it just disappears. Oh boy. And there's just stuff under the ground. Like, I feel like this is stuff that was just like, okay, this doesn't make sense here, so just push it down through the world rather than click and delete. He just puts his weapon away when he gets near Diego. So we are not allowed to fight Diego. I'm so upset by so many things in this game, and yet at the end of the day, I still just want a competent Gothic remake to happen. Mainly because I have envisioned what a competent Gothic remake would look like. and did not resemble this in any way. Oh dear. So that's the thing, TCAF. Like, the prologue, I don't believe was the final prologue. Let's watch the fucking prologue again. Because my God, that orc face in the beginning really had me recoiling in horror. Right. So I like I said, I don't think it's not the final cutscene. It was there to like set the stage for people playing the demo, so they know what's going on. But I don't know, man. The fact that they thought this was like the good idea, like they didn't even like announce it. Like they just said, "Here's a demo." They called it a playable teaser. Like they're trying like all the tricks. They're making it cinematic like it's fucking Uncharted. They're making the combat like it's fucking For Honor. Why is everybody screaming? They're making the fucking environment like it's Skyrim. And they're selling it like it's fucking Silent Hill PT. Because they tried to go that route with a fucking playable teaser, as they call it, which is just a glorified demo. The only difference is they didn't make it a fucking secret. What do you think would have happened if they pushed this demo out without telling anybody there was a Gothic sequel or a Gothic reboot? All of us would have seen through it right away because look at this. It looks exactly like it. The layout and everything. We would have seen through it like it was the fucking... It would have been so obvious to people like us. But for newcomers, they might have looked at this and be like, okay, this looks interesting. It looks like a budget title. But it could be alright. But when they see all these people reacting to it so negatively, people who have, like, loved and lived Gothic since 1999, and just see how negative the reaction is, this never would have succeeded. Had they kept it a secret, like people would have been in the blind for so long, newcomers might have been like, well, whatever. But since they called it the playable teaser and all this, like, tried to make it so surprising and secretive, and yet only exposed it to classic Gothic fans, those are the people whose commentary they're obviously concerned about. And we're obviously not responding positively to it. Whatever. I say 99, because that's when the game development started. The game didn't come out till 2001, obviously. Let's look. They haven't said anything on English forums or anything. Well, let's look on World of Elex translated. Let's see what they say, if they've even said anything. Are you involved in the remake in any way? According to Mike Ruva, no. Take a look at the take a look at the FAQ. Take a look at the FAQ. Welcome to the colony. How is it possible that after 18 years we have passed since we first heard the phrase at the beginning of Gothic? We can turn back in time and take everything that was great almost 20 years ago and put a beautiful modern look, along with improving some things that were not that great, like a combat system. Like, this is better? To find out what the true Gothic fanbase thinks of a modern remake of the cult classic, Nordic and its new Spanish development team, THQ Nordic Barcelona, will start an experiment. Today, a free prototype playable demo of what a new Gothic could look like will appear in the Steam library of anyone who owns a Prototypes game, be it Gothic 1 through 3, version 1 through 3, or Elex. It's not good. It's not good. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're submitting. Where's this thingamajig? We're submitting this survey, as it is. I'm giving you 5 more minutes to submit any more commentary on what you think we should tell them. But I'm making a full critique, video essay, review, whatever you want to call it, by the end of the week. We're going to be sincere about this. But there's just so much to be said, and I don't know how to say it in such a short, like, single summary. So I'm gonna let you all think about this for a minute. I wish I had more wine. No, it's empty. Shame. I don't know what I liked because I didn't like anything. I enjoyed the... What was the guy's name? What was the fucker's name? This dude up yonder. Huh. Ah! Yeah, the consequences of the quest. Like, what was this guy's name? I don't remember his name. Caden. Consequences of Caden's... The idea that even side missions can impact story missions later on. Even though it's not really what happened, but I want to give them a good idea, at least. I did not like the opening emphasis on fetch and carry quests. Right, but what do I tell them about the music? Because they're not just gonna, like, imitate Kai Rosencross music. Music is too heavily inspired by unrelated titles such as The Witcher. Other than the subdued folk and ambient soundtracks of Kai Rosencrantz. I don't even necessarily believe in remixes. They just need to follow that philosophy of, like, just low-key, like, ambient kind of music. Because it's just, like, listen to this. Like, not this weirdo. It was obviously just a meme. But it just sounds like Witcher music. It does not sound like Gothic music. Mr. Gunner performs awfully, but, like, just at this point, I can't determine if it's a problem of the game or my PC. But from the sound of things, it sounds like it's a problem with the game, because even people with 1080 GTX 1080s are not able to perform this game, like, run this game any better than I can. Can you pull off good tracks? I charge you to show me one, because they all sucked. I don't even know about that TKF, because, like, nothing seems that reflective. Like, the... Let's just go back to the main menu music, which wasn't really music. It's just like, here's some cello playing a few notes. The worst part about this intro is I can see how this transitions into the Gothic theme, but it just never does. Like, bam, bam, ba, 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 but it just doesn't do that. This is like, here's like really moody cello, because all we know about music is like, here's what Bloodborne did, or something like that. Like, I love cello. I used to play the cello. I wish I still owned a cello. But it's not the only instrument that ever existed, so you can do more than just a fucking cello. So what else we got? Alright, I said 5 minutes. I'll give you 5 more minutes. What else do we want to say? I mean, by Saturday, I'll say. Although I gotta work Saturday, most likely. By Saturday, I hope to have a full, like, critique ready for this. But I just... Because they're gonna see it now, and they're probably gonna make all their decisions based on, like, the first weekends of critique. Let's try and get as much in as succinct a format as possible. Opening in the original game emphasize the player's insignificance, making his rise to power more exciting. It was truly empowering to have a Discord. Oh my god, that's inviting harassment. To it's truly empowering to develop your strength. And no, this is weird. They're not gonna get it. Lore is too expositional, spread it out across the game. Tutorial prompts and lore prompts are too intrusive. Combat should be responsive, reflexive, based on player reaction, very action forward. Current combat is too based on positioning, reacting to prompts on screen, and not skill based or reactive in any way. Alright, you got 2 more minutes. If you want to add any thoughts to this, otherwise this is like 99% my thoughts on this. Meanwhile, I'm going to turn that off so I can check some YouTube comments real quick. Whatever. Like, I can't even be that petty about like such little things at this point because everything else is so bad. It's so weird to be getting comments on the video I uploaded. People asking, "Hey, have you checked this out yet?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm checking it out as we speak." Whatever, too late to tell them now. So much wrong with this. I mean, alright, I guess we can add more details to how Diego is such a fucking weirdo. Yeah, how about that? Oh, the dialogue selection is awful. However, I do enjoy the different animations of speaking characters based on the topic selected, such as Diego sitting on the table and making emphatic gestures when talking about the different camps. That was cool. I did enjoy that. The use of the BioWare / Mass Effect 4 subject dialogue trees is not an improvement to the dialogue structure of RPGs. How about that? You like that? All right. Every good idea you give me gives two minutes to new ideas. Health and stamina bars above monsters. I wouldn't say so, TCAF, because that is what they've been doing for a while. That's what Pranobytes has been doing, and you obviously need some kind of visual feedback for how your enemy is performing. So I'm okay with that. I just think the enemy stamina seems pretty insignificant. It really doesn't seem to matter how much stamina they have. They perform their actions regardless. I just don't understand, like, even in the days of a gamepad, like, I understand the appeal of, like, the 4-axis kind of, like, dialogue tree, because you have the 4-axis fucking D-pad. But the D-pad can just as well perform a list of, like, 1 through 10 or whatever. And why they feel like a 4-axis D-pad means they can only have 4 dialogue options drives me insane. Are you talking about me, PTAC? I try to answer all the comments I can, but I've been getting quite a few lately, so it's hard to keep up. Oh, you're talking about Nocturnal Rambler. My bad. Here's the clip. Let's take a look. I like some of the level of detail, but then I'm going to keep bitching about things like, how the hell is there a cart here when there's no ramp to get down? There's nothing but ladders. Well, like, I like that they didn't just recycle the same, like, crate model over and over again. There's all sorts of different, like, environmental bits. Except that fucking crate is going through the fence. Fucking, like, even when I try to be positive. Why is there just a cloud? Just static clouds. JPEGs over the fucking environment. What is that flow? I forgot about that fucking... I forgot how bad that fucking scene was. I tried to be so positive. Oh my god. I'm glad you clipped that. Oh man. I can't believe I was trying to like stop for like 10 seconds and actually emphasize anything good about the game. Oh boy. Inventory use in real time is not possible, takes away from immersion. Yeah, I get that, Face Commander, but I feel like so many games nowadays. I actually give kudos to Elix for actually having like a real-time inventory management, because so many games just refuse to do it nowadays. Even take Dark Souls, which was like praised for that for so long. Dark Souls and Bloodborne and all that. But when they came out with Sekiro, which is a purely single-player experience, they got rid of that. Like, they don't feel like people want that in their games anymore. And it's so hard to be critical of that shit. I really wish they were, though, because I love the idea that you can't just, like, open a menu and quaff a bunch of potions and be back to full health. I guess we should put that in the commentary here somewhere. I should make this more like memos. What the hell are you doing? Make this more like memo structured. I don't know who this person is supposed to be, and again, I feel like it's just placeholder, like, voice acting. I don't think it's meant to be Zardos, though, because Zardos wasn't introduced, so I feel like it was just somebody they hired to just voice that line. If that, because that dude sounded way too young to be Zardos. Let's, like, listen to it again. There's no way that's meant to be Zardos, like, in the final game. It's one of those things that I just feel like we cannot criticize because that is not meant to be the end game sort of, like, content. There's no way that's meant to be what Zardos sounds like in the final game. Good point, TCAF.
The Kingdom of Murtana, united by King Robar the
And I think what really emphasizes that is the fact that this is the only American voice actor in the game.
All foes of his realm. All except one.
Yeah, whatever. Who cares? Keep the debug Marvin mode as it allows players to have a lot more fun with the game once they have completed all the content that they can find on their own. Oh, my shake your hands. Nope.
Own barrier. The convicts took control of Carini.
Carini. Yeah, I can't skip this fucking bit, so I would love to see the bit with a fucking
he needed the
orc again.
But his former slave.
Yeah, who cares? Close that. We'll restart and watch the intro again. I know how bad it was because it started like that. The orc is spooky in the sense that he's just like in your face. Is like, ah! It's like, why? Why do you think that's what an orc should look like? Such bad-looking orcs. They look worse than Arcania orcs. That's like the most offensive thing about this. It looks less like Gothic than Arcania does. They still sell Arcania in the Gothic bundles. Did it? Yeah, it was pretty bad, but I don't think it was that bad for me. They aren't even loader inspired, because at least like Lord of the Rings movies, like they just looked like they had cancer or something on their face. But that's not what we had here. They're just like, they look like such generic orcs with like moldy faces.
The kingdom of Murtana.
Murtana.
United by King Robar II. During the long years of his reign, he was able to defeat all foes of his realm.
By smacking them off the table.
All except one.
The
war against the orcs took its toll.
It's so bad. They're not even fighting anybody. They're just falling.
The king needed swords for his army.
This is so bad. I hate this intro. I hate that intro. It makes me upset. Oh, boy. I did not think I'd spend this long on this one fucking thing today. It's been 6 hours just bitching about this fucking demo. Let's put on Gothic music, please. I need something enjoyable. That's not it. Where? I think I have a, Oh, that helps. That's where I need that to be. Put that over there. That's what I feel like I have to do. I have to think about this for a minute. I almost feel tempted. Do I have Gothic 1 installed? This is pretty bitchin'. You don't get to hear this bit anymore when you fucking install this game digitally. Don't fuck with me. Val, you're about to get banned. Your admin privileges shall soon be revoked. Who's live? I do have Gothic 1 installed. Why don't we play that instead? Play Gothic 1. play that for like an hour or so, but I have to go to bed soon because I have to work in the morning. I have job to do. Oh god, the game's gonna crash because it can't do... Oh. I forgot the game can't do windowed mode. See if I can fix that. I must have installed it. Show folder. System. Gothic. Start windowed 1. Actually, I don't know how long I've had this version installed for, so maybe not. Came out in September, then I definitely know. Whatever, we'll play without it. I just have to see how the intro compares. I'm not playing for long, Ace. I have to enjoy Gothic after everything we've endured today. That's the stuff. Move this a bit more out of the way. Oh ho ho ho. Oh man, that is a fast scroll. Shall we just compare the intro?
The kingdom of Murtana, united by King Robar II.
The intro's not gonna roll. Sorry about that.
I'm Diego.
Are you?
I'm
Holy
not
shit, this
interested
is flashy.
in who you are. You've just arrived.
What the hell's going on?
New arrivals. That's all for now. If you plan to stay alive for a while, you
I don't
should
think we
talk
can
to
stream
me.
this.
But of course, I won't keep you from choosing your own destruction. Well, what do you think?
What is going on? I don't think this is gonna work. I tried to talk about how much better this game was, but now it doesn't work. What is happening? It's not even happening in the game. This is only happening on OBS. No, that didn't fix it. Fuck! I can't play this!
Okay, what do I need to know about...
Sorry, folks. Apparently I can't do this.
Thanks for your help.
We'll meet in...
Oh god, now my fucking frame rate is dropped. Oh, it's just that problem I had when I was doing the fucking, like, walkthrough. My god. This game... There's something with this game engine. It does not like to be recorded or broadcast. God, I did not have this problem the last time I streamed it. Remember, like, before I did the walkthrough, I streamed it. So why is it a problem now? I think I had to... Did I have to do it as a window capture? I think that's what I had to do. Let's try that. I'll do it as a window capture. Gothic 1 has one song that didn't play in game. I think they all had at least a couple songs that didn't play in game. Alright, so the bottom's gonna be cut off, but what the fuck ever. Let's see if it works.
The kingdom of Murtana.
Intro still doesn't work.
I'm Diego.
I'm
not interested in who you are. You've just
Frame
arrived.
rate is awful.
I look after the new arrivals. That's all for now. If you plan to stay alive for a while, you should talk to me. But of course, I won't keep you from choosing your own destruction. Well, what do you think?
Okay, what do I need to know about this place?
We call it the Colony. You'll know already that we produce ore for the king. Well, at least we do, in the old camp. There are 3 camps within the barrier. The old camp is the biggest, and it was the first.
What the hell's happening? This game. Oh my god, this game is begging for a remaster. Why is this what they had to come up with? I can't stream this game. It is so broken. I don't even know what happened. It just broke. Ugh! I want this game. I want this game to be remastered, but this is such a bad game. Oh, Lord above. Ladies and gentlemen, we can't even have nostalgia without, like, crying. Oh, man. It's 10:30. I wanted to do something positive tonight, but I'm not even gonna have that chance. Well, I got 19 out of 29 achievements. How many fucking more achievements can I have in the 2-hour demo? Turn that back on. Let's just, like, talk for a minute. Please try and cheer me up. Let me upscale this sumbitch. Oh dear. 4:30 a.m. God. I have places to be at 8:30 in the morning. Oh. I was tempted to do, since Sundays are usually, or lately, have been the Final Fantasy IX streams. I was tempted to do Final Fantasy IX, but I feel like the only people who care have to go to bed. Well, good for you, Ace. That's where I live. Are you on the east coast of the USA, or are you in Canada? Yeah, most people, stop that phone, stop that, thank you. This music's just loud. Yeah, I don't know. We can't do anything Gothic related because it's all just breaking and I'm so depressed. But I am tempted to fire up Final Fantasy IX just to have something enjoyable tonight. But I feel like everyone's got to go to bed soon, probably. I really ought to, but I don't want to. I've done what I could, but this game is so bad. Alright, well, I'm submitting this survey. Do we all agree on the survey? We all agree on this. This is what... This is a bare minimum that we have to tell them. Look at all this shit. I submitted essays in college that were shorter than this. No, it's not a good idea. I wanted to do something I enjoyed tonight. Especially after this long weekend of just trying so hard to stream this awful fucking game. Do it! Inos be with you. May Inos be with this fucking game. I'm doing a whole goddamn thingamajig. Oh boy. What do I even say at this point? I'm displeased. P-Tech, I haven't seen anything on the English forum, only on the German side. They're actually quite active on the German side. Let's take a look at the German forum. Rely on Google Translate a bit. So Mike Groove basically is saying they're not involved in the remake. How do you feel about Gothic 1 remake? Yeah, like everyone just saying like the game sucks. Like, what are you guys like? Why would you let them do this to your legacy here? They're all just like, it's not our fault. It's a fucking, like, actual Elex forum, like, supported by THQ Nordic. Like, disappeared, like, a couple of months after the game released. It just, like, was never fixed. So what the fuck are they gonna do when the sequel gets released? I don't know what to do with my life anymore. Why would you let this happen? I would take Elex 2 and be more excited at this point. I don't even know what to say. It's so bad. Like, Forsaken Gods and Arcadia were bad. Gothic 3 was terrible, but this just makes no sense. I feel like nobody who tries to make this game actually gives a shit. It's as bad as like all of the like Gothic fan fiction mods that have come out in the last like 10 years. I just don't know what to say about it. It is what it is, ladies and gentlemen. I've submitted my thoughts. I'm going to play through the demo a few more times, compile an essay of sorts, and no, without a doubt, P-Tech, that's what we're getting from Piranha Bytes next, but just the fact that this is what they had to offer to the fans of Gothic who have been waiting for so long, have asked for a fucking Gothic remake from anybody using an improved engine. Like, everyone's been saying, like, oh, try Unreal 4. That'll be a great engine to remaster Gothic with. And here's what they fucking did with it. And the worst part about all this is, like, all these... I keep saying this, but, like, all this, like, goodwill I've tried to garner with, like, Piranha Bytes and Nordic Games. Like, they're never gonna give me a review code at this point because I've been so fucking terrible to them. But I have to be honest, this game sucks. It's not a good game, it's a bad game. You don't seem to understand what Gothic means. It never even meant that much to begin with. It was just a like solid game that like did things that nobody else tried to do, and so it was good. It was great. And instead of trying to, like, redeem that legacy, you're just like, here's some half-assed, like, compilation of different games. It's on Unreal 4. Everything's on Unreal 4 at this point. I read the Steam reviews. I know the Steam reviews are mixed, as they call it. It's like some people just refuse to admit, like, this is a shitty game. Store page. Mostly positive. What are you talking about? Are you mad? This is horrendous. How is it mostly positive? It was mixed the last time I saw it. There's screenshots of things that don't even happen in the fucking game. Which I guess is reflective of the fucking screenshots from the first game. So that's hilarious. At least they got the meme there. My god, even the screenshots look terrible and so fucking over, like, bloomed and so much, like, post-effect, like, this nasty blue filter over everything. It doesn't even look good in the screenshots. Look at the fog in this shit. Look, let me pull up this shit. Look at the horrendous fog effect in these screenshots. It's even worse in the game than, like, when I was fucking playing it. It's so bad. It's, like, horrifying. Unreal 4 is a fine engine. Like, so many other games have done well with it, but this is just so bad. Who are these guys? Like, these guys don't exist in the fucking demo. The fact that they think these are, like, the good screenshots to show. Look at this fucking ramp, this snapper on the left. It's like, doesn't even know what he's doing with his life. Say about this is so bad. Diego never actually helped you in the game. This is so hilariously similar to, like, the first Gothic. Like, look at the fucking screenshot from the first Gothic. It's like all the similar scenes. Oh, look at that. Gothic 1 is... Oh no, it's not actually for sale on its own. But, like, these screenshots are so meaningless in the first game. I don't understand these screenshots. I still don't. To this fucking day. These make me laugh so much. But this game is so bad. I don't even know what to say about it anymore. Like, yeah, the fact that even the screenshots, which you could doctor up so much, do not look good. They look like a 15-year-old game at this point. Oh my god, I'm so upset. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's enough for me tonight. I have to go to bed. I have to, like, dream of better days and better games. That's the problem. Like, if people want the Gothic remake, and they're willing to accept this shit as the Gothic remake, they're too afraid to be that critical of it. So, like, even the negative reviews give a thumbs up. Or so many of them do. But it's just so bad. Alright, I have to go to bed. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for hanging out tonight. This was a 6.5 fucking hour stream. I haven't done a stream this long in a long time. But, man, this game... for all its faults, I could not tear myself away. I don't know what to say. Nameless Hero... who makes fan-made battles in Gothic 3? Don't know him. Is that some, like, YouTuber? I guess it was worth it, TCAF. It was worth waiting all weekend for. It was worth going out and making some Cat 6 cables just to make sure I could fucking stream it. All these fucking headaches I had all weekend. I've seen some videos like that, P-Tech. I don't know if they were from this guy, though, but I'll check them out later. I have to go to bed. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for hanging out tonight. Thank you for enduring this abomination with me. I'll probably be working on a critique of all this all week, because I have to tell THQ Nordic what the hell is going on here. So I apologize if there is not a Gothic 2 video by the end of the week. There should be one by Christmas because I don't work next week, so I should be able to work on one. Otherwise, well, we'll make something happen. But things need to be said. The story must be told. The truth must be revealed. Gothic playable teaser should not be a full game unless they do a lot of work to it. 3 hours of sleep worth it? I mean, fuck it. I'm lucky I have time for 6. So, I'm sorry, Dionysus. God, you missed the whole thing. You missed the whole thing. It's been 6 hours. I'm sorry you missed it, dude, but man, watch the VOD. This was such a nightmare. I'm so upset. I just want to cry. Ladies and gentlemen, have yourselves a wonderful night. We'll see you at the end of the week with something or other. I mean, we still got The Witcher 3 to finish. We still got Final Fantasy to do next Sunday. But by the end of the week, hopefully I'll have a critique of this fucking mess ready to go. And until then, have yourselves a wonderful night. It was awful, Dionysus. I assure you.